Tonight, we're heading deep into places where the trail ends and something else begins to follow. These aren't stories about random wildlife encounters. They're about the moments when an animal stops acting like an animal and starts acting like a stalker. Hikers, campers, rangers, people who know the woods better than anyone, all describe that same stomach-dropping shift. When you're no longer observing nature, nature is observing you. From silent predators shadowing trails for miles, to creatures that seem to appear wherever you stop. These real cases remind us that the wilderness has rules. And out there, you're never as alone as you think. Real encounters. Real fear. Let's begin. My name is Daniel Royce, and I work as a field technician contracted by the National Park Service to maintain the environmental monitoring stations scattered across Everglades National Park. That introduction feels strange to write, mostly because it reminds me of who I was before the blackout event, before everything electric, digital, and networked went dead 3 months ago, and before whatever has been moving out there in the wetlands learned how to use the darkness better than any of us. The events I'm about to describe occurred yesterday, in a single stretch of daylight that felt far too long and somehow still not long enough. When the blackout first hit, my world shrank fast. The Everglades are massive, over 1 million acres of swamp, mangrove forests, and open marsh. Without GPS, without radios, without the hum of generators, the place feels older than the country around it. By week 1, we were relying on paper maps and compasses. By week 2, we were rationing fuel. By week 3, we started seeing signs that someone or something had been moving through our abandoned research sites. At first, it was small things. A ladder propped in a place no one left it. A lock shed now standing open though no lock lay broken. A half-empty water tank refilled overnight despite there being no working pumps. But yesterday was the first time I felt genuinely hunted. I set out from the primary ranger station at dawn with the assignment of inspecting monitoring post 6B. A simple errand in normal times, 30 minutes by airboat, a quick data pull, and back before lunch. But our boats have been grounded for weeks now. No fuel to spare. No engines humming. Just paddles, silence, and a growing sense that the marsh was listening. I pushed my skiff out into the shallow water just as the sun rose pale over the sawgrass. The air was thick enough to drink. Dragonflies hovered over the surface, and something moved far off in the mangroves with a ripple of branches. Probably an alligator. I told myself that twice. The paddle sliced quietly through the water, each stroke echoing louder than expected. The Everglades aren't usually silent. Birds screech, insects buzz, gators grunt, but lately the soundscape has been inconsistent. Pockets of silence appear like dead zones, places where even the mosquitoes avoid hovering. I passed through one of those pockets around 8 in the morning. My ears popped like I'd crossed into a pressure boundary. The air felt wrong there, heavy in a way that made my bones ache. Monitoring post 6B sat ahead, a small wooden platform raised above the marsh with a boxy weather station attached. Before the blackout, it recorded wind speed, barometric pressure, humidity, basic environmental things. When it went dead, nobody cared much. We had bigger issues, missing people, maps that no longer matched terrain, shadows that lingered too long before moving. I climbed the platform ladder slowly, carefully. The boards creaked. A soft splash echoed behind me. I turned, scanning the water. Nothing. Just ripples expanding outward like something had submerged. On the platform, I opened the weather station hatch. Everything inside looked normal, but there was something off about the way the wires hung. They weren't cut. They weren't chewed by animals. They were untangled, neatly separated, organized. Someone had pulled them free one by one and laid them in parallel lines. I felt a chill crawl up the back of my neck. We had seen this once before at Post 4C, where the cables had been stripped out and laid in concentric circles around the platform, almost like someone testing how the components fit together. At the time, one of the rangers joked that raccoons finally evolved thumbs. Nobody laughed. I took a deep breath and leaned in to document the arrangement. That's when I noticed the prints below the platform. Not alligator prints. Not human boots. Bare feet, wide, flat, splayed toes pressed deep into the mud as if whatever made them weighed a lot more than a man should. And there were several sets. Some smaller, some larger, all leading toward the platform and then circling it like they'd been waiting for me. I forced myself not to freeze. I started taking mental notes, trying to stay rational. Maybe they were distorted prints from water flow. Maybe someone barefoot passed through recently. But I've lived here long enough to know mud doesn't lie. Something stood there. More than one. And recently. I climbed back into the skiff, keeping my paddle close. The air felt thicker. A breeze pushed ripples toward me from the mangroves. No birds. No insects. No sound. Then a second breeze came, this one warm, carrying the scent of brackish water and something else I couldn't place. Something like metal. I started paddling back. Slow, steady strokes. No sudden motions. My heart hammered in my chest hard enough that the skiff vibrated beneath my legs. The water behind me broke again, heavier this time, like a large animal stepping into the shallows. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The ripples reached the skiff's hull, nudging it once. Then again, harder. Whatever it was following. I pushed faster, abandoning stealth. The silence around me shattered as something exhaled a low, wet sound behind me. I kept paddling until the ranger station finally came into view through the sawgrass. Relief surged up my throat, but I didn't slow down. Not until my skiff scraped against the dock and I practically fell out of it onto solid wood. I turned back toward the marsh. Nothing moved. No ripples. No shadows. No sign anything had been there. Just empty water and a breeze that felt like it was backing away. I wished that was the end of it. But someone had been waiting inside the ranger station. And they weren't supposed to be there. When I stepped into the ranger station, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot, not swamp gas, just a subtle, metallic tang that reminded me of the air after lightning strikes. The second thing I noticed was the side door hanging open. That door is heavy, reinforced, and usually sticks unless you shoulder it. Seeing it cracked open like someone nudged it with a fingertip made my stomach tighten. I called out softly, "Hello?" Ranger unit returning. My voice bounced strangely. The acoustics inside sounded wrong, too hollow, too distant, as if the room was bigger than it really was. No answer. I moved further in, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness. The generator room door stood ajar. We had locked it days ago because someone or something kept leaving tools rearranged inside. We blamed raccoons. We blamed each other. Nobody wanted to blame the obvious. I stepped closer. The floor felt off. A faint vibration ran through it. Not mechanical. More like the slow pulse of something alive beneath the boards. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. But the vibration didn't stop. The air suddenly shifted behind me, like movement displaced it in a soft rush. I spun, raising the only weapon I had, a rusted wrench I'd grabbed instinctively when I entered. But nobody was there. Only the open doorway and the empty marsh beyond. I tried to anchor myself. Rational thoughts. Logical steps. Secure the building. Check the rooms. Find out who opened the door. I started with the kitchen. Empty. Supplies still in place, though someone had moved the water jugs from the shelf to the counter and arranged them in a straight line. 5 jugs. Perfectly spaced. Not a centimeter off. My throat tightened. Next, the radio room. Of course the radios were still dead, haven't made a sound since the blackout event, but the chairs had been pulled out and turned to face the windows. Like someone had been sitting there, waiting for something to appear in the marsh. The last room was the storage closet. I hesitated only a moment before pulling the door open. Inside, crouched behind a stack of boxes, was a man. He jerked upright when the light hit him, pressing his back to the wall like I caught him doing something shameful. His clothes were filthy, soaked with swamp water. His hair hung in wet strings over his eyes. He breathed too fast, too shallow, and his pupils were huge, like he'd been in the dark too long. "Jesus," I said, lowering the wrench. Hey, it's okay. I'm Daniel. I work here. Are you hurt?" He didn't speak at first. His throat bobbed. His gaze darted toward the window and then to the open doorway behind me. "You followed them," he finally whispered. His voice shook like his vocal cords were scraping together. "Why did you follow them back here?" I blinked. "Who?" His eyes widened. "The ones learning." The wrench felt suddenly useless in my hand. "My name is Todd," he said, still whispering. "I was with the cleanup crew near Portis Pond when the blackout hit. We split up to find working equipment. 3 of us. I was the only one who made it out. I stepped in slowly. Where are the others?" He shook his head violently. "You don't want to know." I did. But not then. Not while the air felt too thick to breathe and the open doorway seemed to enlarge in my peripheral vision. Todd leaned forward, gripping the edge of a shelf to steady himself. "You shouldn't have gone to that station alone. They watch those places. They break them apart to see what's inside. They analyze. They practice." I swallowed hard. "You're talking about people?" "Oh no," he said, like the idea was absurd. "Not people. Not anymore, if they ever were." That chilled me more than anything he had said so far. Before I could ask anything else, a sound drifted in from outside. Soft. Deliberate. A footstep, if you could call it that, sliding through shallow water. Then another. And another. Not hurried. Not hesitant. Moving with confidence. Purpose. Todd's face drained of color. "They followed you," he said. "They always do. They're learning patterns." We backed into the hallway, moving slowly toward the door to push it closed. The outside marsh looked normal enough, sunlight glinting on water, wind brushing the sawgrass. But the footsteps continued, paced evenly like a slow, rhythmic procession. 3 shadows appeared just beyond the line of mangroves. Not figures. Not distinct shapes. Just vertical distortions where the light bent wrong, like heat shimmer but lower to the ground. One of them stepped forward. Water rippled around something invisible. Something big. I slammed the door shut. The latch clicked. Silence. Then a scrape traveled across the exterior wall. Not claws. Not metal. Something soft dragging upward. Testing the material. Understanding it. Learning its boundaries. The boards under my feet vibrated again. Harder this time. Not a pulse movement, shifting weight, something circling the structure. Todd backed away until he hit the opposite wall. His breath came out in sharp bursts. They don't try to get in right away. They study. They take note of weaknesses. If they don't know how yet, they learn. What do they want? I whispered. He met my eyes with a hollow look. To replace what the blackout took. Before I could piece that together, the vibration stopped. A new sound filled the silence. Knocking. 3 soft taps on the door. Intentional. Even. And impossibly gentle for something that had rattled the entire building moments before. Then the handle twitched. Twisted. Testing. They had never done that before. The door handle twitched again, slow, hesitant, almost polite. Todd pressed himself flat against the far wall, shaking his head in tiny jerks like he couldn't stop the motion. I gripped the wrench harder than before, but it felt like a child's toy. Whatever was on the other side had the weight of something that didn't need tools or leverage or help. It only needed time. The knocking stopped. For a moment the air felt suspended, thick, humid, waiting. I edged closer to the front window, keeping low, peering through the mesh screen that warped the view outside. The marsh looked empty again. Nothing moved except the ripples on the water and the slow sway of distant mangroves. Then something shifted near the corner of the building. Not visible, just a subtle depression in the sawgrass, bending in a wide arc, heavy. Deliberate. As if something was walking slowly around the perimeter while dragging its fingers lightly across the exterior siding. The wood responded with a whisper-soft rasp. Todd mouthed, "They're mapping it." I didn't know how he knew. I didn't want to know. The rasping circled the entire building once. Twice. On the third pass, it paused outside the generator room. The siding there vibrated in a short pattern, like someone tapping a sequence. Not random. 3 taps, pause, 3 more. A repeated code. Testing consistency. They've never done that, Todd whispered, voice cracking. They're imitating something. Something human. A chill prickled up my spine. This wasn't instinct. This wasn't animal mimicry. This was deliberate experimentation. A shadow fell across the window. Not a shape. Just a shift in brightness, like sunlight hitting thick smoke. It hovered there for a fraction of a second before sliding away soundlessly. Then the roof creaked. Hard. Dust drifted from the ceiling vents. The boards above groaned as something stepped onto them, slow pressure compressing in a measured pattern. The roof shouldn't have supported anything bigger than a raccoon. This was heavier. Much heavier. I backed up quickly, pulling Todd with me. The thing moved across the roof with deliberate pauses, as if waiting for some reaction. When we didn't make a sound, it shifted again, closer to the center of the room, directly above us. The groan of stressed beams deepened. Todd swallowed so loudly I heard it over the creaking. They adapt, he said. If they learn a door has a weakness, they stop trying the door. If they learn a roof isn't built to hold them, he trailed off. The roof creaked again, louder. We bolted into the hallway just as something pressed downward hard enough to flex the ceiling panel. A thin crack zigzagged across it. Dust rained down like powdered bone. We had one exit left, the back door leading to the supply dock. But when we reached it, Todd froze. The door stood ajar by an inch. It had been locked earlier. The lock was still in place. But the bolt had been slid open from the inside. Something had been inside the building before we got here. Todd, I whispered. We need to move. He didn't answer. His eyes fixed on the floor near the threshold. Bare footprints. Wide, flat, splayed toes. The same prints I saw near monitoring post 6B. But these were different, more defined, less water distorted. Cleaner. As if whatever made them had paused long enough for the mud to settle beneath its weight. I pushed the door open slowly. Sunlight spilled across the dock, blinding for a second. The water below was still. Perfectly still. Not even an insect skimmed the surface. The silence felt oppressive, like the air itself refused to vibrate. "Go," I whispered. Todd didn't move. His breath rattled. "They'll wait until we choose wrong. We stay here, we die," I said. "We move quietly, we have a chance." I reached for his arm. A single, gentle tap came from behind us. We spun. The front door handle on the opposite side of the building was twisting again. This time slowly. Confident. Like whatever was turning it had learned the correct pressure and angle. I pulled Todd onto the dock. The boards groaned under our weight, echoing across the water. The Everglades stretched before us, open marsh, sawgrass taller than my shoulders, and no path back except the water channels we came from. My skiff was tied to the lower platform. If we got there fast enough, we could paddle away before. A new ripple appeared on the surface. Then another. Larger. Something moved beneath the water, keeping pace with the dock. The ripple lines parted outward like something long and broad glided just below. Todd's breath hitched. "They're in the water too." I grabbed him and half forced him down the ladder toward the skiff. The ripples disappeared for a beat. The sudden lack of movement felt worse than the pursuit. We reached the skiff. I shoved Todd in and jumped after him, grabbing the paddle and pushing hard away from the platform. The skiff drifted into the open channel, cutting through the still water. For 30 seconds, nothing followed. Then the sawgrass behind us bowed outward, split apart, and something stepped into the channel. Not visible. Not even a silhouette. Just displacement. A large, human-shaped absence in the water, striding forward with long, careful movements. The water parted around nothing. The wake trailed behind nothing. The shadow it cast was wrong, a stretched smear that didn't match any visible form. Todd whispered, "They're smarter now." The thing entered deeper water and began to move faster. I paddled with everything I had. The skiff shot forward, cutting through the marsh. The sun glared off the water, the humidity clawed at my throat, and the silence roared louder than sound. The thing behind us shifted, no splashing, no gasping, just efficient motion. Then it stopped. I glanced back. It stood in the channel, waist deep in water, unmoving. Studying. Learning. Watching how we fled. Watching how the skiff handled speed and direction. Watching how distance changed its relation to prey. Then, slowly, it stepped backward into the sawgrass and vanished without a sound. Todd collapsed onto the bottom of the skiff, shaking violently. "They're not chasing us," he whispered. "They're practicing." We paddled until the ranger station was a distant speck. The sun climbed high. The wind picked up. The normal Everglades sounds returned: birds, insects, distant croaks, like nature resumed only when the things were done watching. We didn't stop until we reached higher ground near the old maintenance shed. My arms burned. My lungs felt shredded. But I kept checking the sawgrass, waiting for something to bend or ripple. As we pulled the skiff ashore, Todd said the last thing I wanted to hear. "If they're learning this fast in 3 months, we won't have 3 more." I didn't respond. I just watched the water. And for the first time since the blackout event, I had the sickening sense that something out there was watching right back, quiet, calculating, and improving every hour. Learning. Waiting. Preparing. My name is Mara Eddington, and I serve as an assistant backcountry ranger for the Northern District of Clearwater National Forest. That morning, according to my duty log, I departed the trailhead at 9:12 for a routine perimeter sweep after an overnight windstorm. The report was supposed to be straightforward: check for fallen branches across the hiking corridor, confirm trail markers were intact, then return before dusk. I noted mild fatigue, steady weather, and a cleared forecast. By every metric, it should have been an uncomplicated assignment. None of those details explain what happened next, but I record them because I want this to be as clear and factual as possible. The forest was quiet in that dense and familiar way it gets after a storm, like the world has exhaled and hasn't taken its next breath yet. The trail was soft under my boots, still damp, carrying the faint mineral smell of wet bark and overturned soil. I remember adjusting the strap of my day pack, checking that my radio was clipped securely, and scanning the narrow valley ahead. I felt unusually alert, but I wrote it off as the leftover tension from the thunder the night before. I'm used to being alone out there. Alone is normal. Alone is comfortable. But the first growl was not something my brain could file under normal. It wasn't loud, if anything, it was soft, just a low rumble threaded through the underbrush on my right. The kind of sound you feel more than hear. Something deep in my ribs tightened, and I stopped mid-step, the pole of my trekking staff clicking lightly against a rock. My breathing paused on its own. I waited. Listened. The forest gave nothing back. Cougar, my brain whispered. Mountain lion. Puma. The names changed, but the image stayed the same. I've lectured visitors dozens of times about cougars. Avoid sudden movements, maintain eye contact if you see one, stand tall, make yourself look large, never run. They're ambush predators. Solitary. They prefer distance. Most people hike their whole lives without ever seeing so much as a tail disappearing into brush. I told myself it was probably just a branch shifting as the last of the wind died out. Then I took 3 more steps, and the sound answered me, 2 soft footfalls in perfect sync, moving just beyond sight, hidden by a screen of huckleberry and deadfall. I stopped again. So did it. I turned my head toward the trees, slow and deliberate, angling my body slightly to see between the branches. The brush was thick, tangled, shadowed by the slope rising sharply above the trail. If something was there, it was smart enough to use that cover. A pair of birds startled upward farther down the ridge, flapping frantically before vanishing over the treeline. The forest settled back into stillness. I kept walking. I didn't know what else to do. Every time my boot pressed into the trail, I heard the faintest corresponding movement beside me. When I paused, it paused. When I slowed, it slowed. 6 miles of trail stretched ahead, weaving along the valley floor, crossing dry creeks and narrow ledges. I hadn't even reached the halfway point. My radio would work here, but calling for assistance over a possible false alarm wasn't something I wanted to do yet. Backcountry protocol demanded certainty, not suspicion. Half a mile in, I tried the subtle test rangers use when something feels off. I stopped abruptly and swung my head left as though I heard something on the opposite side of the trail. The forest to my left was perfectly still. But on my right, just for a second, the brush trembled. A delicate, precise disturbance no bigger than the push of a shoulder or flank sliding between branches. I tightened my grip on my trekking pole. Easy, I muttered under my breath. Talking aloud steadies nerves. That's something you learn fast in remote places. You're allowed to be here. I'm just passing through. I kept moving. The forest stayed close, heavy with quiet. There's a strange thing that happens when you know a wild animal is near but can't see it. Your instincts take over in ways you didn't realize they could. You start measuring distance by sound. You start tracking breaths, yours and the thing's. You can almost feel the shape of it, the way a swimmer feels the current below their feet. I knew it wasn't far. 2 trees away, maybe 3. Keeping perfectly parallel. At the 1-mile marker, the trail curved sharply left along the bank of an old creek bed. I stepped around the bend, and the brush directly to my right shuddered in a violent, sudden motion, like something massive had shifted its weight. I froze. My heartbeat climbed into my throat. A single amber eye blinked between 2 branches. Just one. Perfectly still. Perfectly focused on me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Cougars don't usually reveal themselves unless they want to. And this one didn't step forward. It didn't growl again. It just watched, its pupil widening slightly as it adjusted to the thin beam of sunlight cutting through the canopy. Then, as if acknowledging that I'd seen enough, the eye disappeared. No sound followed. No rustle. It simply faded back into shadow. I should have turned around. That would have been the smart choice. The correct choice. But I'm a ranger. This trail is part of my duty zone. And we had reports earlier in the season of a possibly underfed cougar in this section. If it was testing territory or monitoring movement patterns near popular routes, I had to know. So I kept going. The strange part was that it let me. It stayed with me, just off the trail, never closer, never farther. It could have rushed me at any point. A cougar can clear 20 feet in a single leap. I would never have time to react. And yet it didn't make a move. It simply matched my pace, weaving through brush with that silent, predatory grace you only see when a cat is completely comfortable in its environment. By the time I reached the second ridge crossing, something shifted. The pattern of its movement changed. Not distance, not speed. Something else. And even before I could define it, I felt it. It wasn't just following anymore. It was watching me more closely. Testing. I realized the shift when the trail narrowed into a thin corridor of fir trunks, their branches forming a low ceiling I had to duck beneath. The air cooled noticeably, pulling the scent of sap and damp earth into a tight funnel. The forest felt closer here, like the trees had pressed inward overnight. My boots brushed over fallen needles that cushioned each step, muting my movement. The cougar's steps were already silent, of course, but now the quiet felt heavier, weighted by something deliberate. I adjusted my pack again and tried to control my breathing. The moment I reached for my water bottle, the brush to my right stirred in gentle parallel, as if the animal were shifting to maintain its angle on me, not closing distance but refining it. Predators don't mirror movements unless they're studying something. Evaluating. Cataloging weaknesses. I forced myself to keep my pace steady. Running would trigger the chase instinct. Stopping would show hesitation. I trained for encounters, gone through the ranger simulations, practiced maintaining posture during mock confrontations. But those theoretical cougars were predictable. They didn't match your every footstep for miles. They didn't watch you with the patience of something that knew exactly how the game worked. 2 miles in, I reached a section where the trail skirted a shallow ravine filled with deadfall and broken limbs from the storm. The ground dipped to my left and rose sharply to my right, a disadvantageous spot. Cougars prefer higher ground when hunting. My throat tightened. I walked faster. Not running, but close. The cougar matched. Not by sound, I couldn't hear anything, but by presence. There's a way the forest feels when something large is moving through it. the subtle displacement of space, the almost imperceptible shiver of leaves. I sensed it climbing the slope to stay level with me as I descended. I imagined its muscles rippling beneath tawny fur, claws set lightly in the earth, tail balancing its movement. I imagined, because I couldn't stop my mind from doing it, the exact moment it might spring. I put a hand on my radio, thumb hovering near the transmit button. But what would I say? I'm being paralleled? There's a cougar, but it hasn't acted aggressively? Those calls go into the log, get raised for review, get read by supervisors. If the animal wasn't exhibiting direct threat behavior, I'd come off as overreacting. And worse, if they dispatched a team, they might track or even euthanize the cat. I couldn't justify that. Not yet. The ravine section ended, and the trail leveled out into an open glade where sunlight filtered through an angled beams. The moment I stepped into the clearing, the presence stopped. Completely. Not farther away, gone. No sound. No shift of brush. Nothing. I turned in a slow, cautious circle, scanning the tree-line. Cougars don't vanish. They blend. They hide. But they don't just disappear from an active stalk. Unless they're repositioning. That thought hit me hard enough that I instinctively lifted my trekking pole like an improvised weapon. I felt foolish immediately, but my grip tightened all the same. A soft wind drifted through the clearing, stirring the grasses around my boots. The air smelled clean here, brighter somehow, but under it was something else, a faint musk, sharp and territorial. I checked behind me again. And that's when I saw the tracks. They were fresh, so fresh the edges still held the shape of the pad and toe impressions. For neat ovals and a larger heel pad, no claws showing. A perfect cougar print. It was angled not parallel to the trail but toward it, pointing directly across the glade. Meaning it had crossed in front of me at some earlier point. Maybe even moments before I entered the clearing. I crouched to touch the print and the dirt crumbled slightly under my fingertip. The weight distribution was odd, heavier on the back of the pad. A cougar leaning forward, lowering itself. Preparing to pounce or stalk. Except it hadn't. Why? The question settled in my stomach and stayed there. A twig cracked behind me, loud, sharp. My entire body jolted as I spun around so fast my backpack strap slapped against my shoulder. Nothing moved. The glade was still except for the grass swaying under the light breeze. But the sound hadn't been subtle. It had been deliberate. A signal. Not to lure me if the cat wanted to destabilize me. There were easier ways. This felt like a correction. Like it was reminding me it was still there. I straightened slowly, feeling the hair rising along the back of my neck. I could sense the cougar again, close, but not visible. Its presence was a pressure shifting just beyond reach, the way you sense someone standing behind you in a dark hallway before you turn around. Against every instinct, I kept walking. At mile 3, my radio chirped with static. Not a call, just a burst of interference. It startled me enough that I stopped and unclipped the device to check the signal bars. Before I touched the dial, that rumbling growl returned low, deeper than before, vibrating through the underbrush at my right flank. I forced myself to stay still. "I hear you," I whispered, pointless as it was. "I'm going." I resumed walking. The growl didn't repeat, but the sensation of being shadowed tightened, as though the cougar had angled closer. I didn't dare look directly into the trees. Eye contact could escalate things if the animal interpreted it as a challenge. My fingers gripped my trekking pole so tightly they ached. Around mile 4, the trail bent alongside a widening section of forest floor where ferns blanketed the ground. The brush here wasn't dense, meaning if the cougar moved through it, I'd see it. That realization hit just as one of the ferns trembled, its frond shaking in a slow ripple. My breath caught. The cougar emerged halfway, not fully, just enough that I could see its shoulder and chest, the arc of its ribs rising with each inhale. Its fur was smooth, a golden tawny sheen marked by faint shadows. It wasn't crouched. It wasn't preparing to strike. It simply walked parallel, visible now, deliberate in its choice to be seen. Its head remained hidden by the ferns, but I could see the ripple of muscle along its back and the controlled, fluid movement of its legs. It walked like it had all the time in the world. My pulse hammered so loudly I could hear it in my ears. We moved together that way for at least 30 yards, me on the trail, it in the ferns, like two parallel lines drawn by a shaking hand. Then, as the trail bent again toward thicker brush, the cougar faded backward, melting into shadow once more. But this time, it didn't simply follow. It angled behind me. And when I heard its weight shift onto a fallen log somewhere back into my right, I felt it with absolute clarity. The testing wasn't over. It was just beginning. I didn't look back. Looking back would mean presenting the softest part of my body first. Every ranger is taught that rule: never turn your back on a cougar. But knowing the rule and following it while something large and silent is maneuvering behind you are two very different things. My legs felt hollow. My steps wobbled at the edges. My grip on the trekking pole slipped just slightly from sweat despite the cool forest air. I kept my pace steady, counting each breath to keep my nerves under control. Inhale 4 seconds. Exhale 4 seconds. Don't speed up. Don't slow down. Pretend you're calm. Predators sense panic. I knew all of that. I said it to myself like a litany. A small slope appeared ahead of me, the trail climbing gently toward a ridge that overlooked the valley. In normal circumstances, I liked this section, the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, the way the breeze always seemed a little cleaner there, as if it came straight from the mountain tops miles away. But climbing meant slowing down. And slowing down meant the cougar could adjust its position with more ease. Behind me, to the right, a soft thump sounded for paws landing lightly on soil after a small jump. My shoulders tightened until they felt carved from stone. The cougar was closing the angle, rounding not directly toward me, but toward the higher ground beside the trail. A commanding position. I swallowed hard and kept climbing. At the halfway point up the slope, the forest to my right fell into a small depression, a shallow dip where old logs had collapsed in on themselves over years of rot. That hollow space was the perfect vantage point, just deep enough for something to crouch unseen, just close enough that a cougar could launch with perfect momentum. And that's exactly where the sound came from. A long, slow exhale. Not a hiss, just breath. Heavy. Controlled. Purposeful. I stopped walking. Not abruptly, I eased to a halt, raising my trekking pole slightly, keeping my shoulders broad. My voice came out stiff and shaky. Easy now. I'm not here for you. Silence. I turned my head only enough to see that part of the hollow through the corner of my eye. It was shaded almost to black, broken only by a patch of earth that seemed slightly disturbed. Nothing definite. But something was in there. Watching. I knew the worst thing to do next would be to turn downhill. The trail behind me descended sharply, and if I slipped, I'd be done. The better option was forward. Crest the ridge. Put distance between us. Find a wide clearing where the cougar had less cover. I started walking again, deliberately slow, each step placed like I was crossing a frozen lake. The next sound I heard wasn't footsteps. It was a low rumble reverberating through the hollow, too deep to be anything but the cougar's chest vibrating in warning. Not aggression. Not yet. Just a statement, I see you. My arms prickled with cold. I kept moving. When I reached the ridge, the air shifted dramatically. Wind brushed my face, carrying the scent of pine resin and distant river water. The trail ahead opened into a long stretch of exposed ground with minimal cover. This was better. Much better. Here, at least, I could track movement, see the approach long before the cougar closed in. I walked farther, until I reached the midpoint of the ridge, where the trail widened into a small plateau of flat rock. I stopped there and forced myself to breathe slowly. My legs trembled uncontrollably for a moment, releasing tension from the last several miles. But the forest behind me stayed still. I didn't dare turn fully around. I let myself angle sideways, scanning the tree-line for movement. Nothing. No shadow slinking across the ground. No brush shifting. The absence of sound was almost worse than the sound itself. Cougars don't retreat without reason. If it wasn't following the trail alongside me anymore, it was because it had chosen another path. And that meant it was repositioning again. The wind changed. And with it came a faint scent, musky, earthy, with a sharper edge like warmed hide. Cougar scent. Carried from below. I walked forward. The plateau curved gently into a descending switchback trail carved along the open face of the ridge. It was exposed, too exposed. If the cougar wanted to push me into a vulnerable place, this would be it. Sheer drop to my left. Loose gravel underfoot. Dense forest far behind. No escape routes. A single stone clattered down the slope behind me. Small, but unmistakable. Kicked loose by weight. I didn't look. Not yet. Not until I reached the second switchback, where the trail widened again and the ground leveled out enough that I could pivot without risking a slip. When I reached that point, I turned. The cougar stood on the ridge above me. Full body visible now. Tawny coat glowing faintly under the dappled light. Long tail low and still. Shoulders squared. Ears forward. Eyes wide and fixed directly on me with an intensity I've never experienced from any animal before or since. It wasn't crouched. It wasn't preparing to pounce. It was simply assessing. As if deciding something about me in real time. I raised my trekking pole again, not aggressively, just to increase my silhouette. You've made your point, I managed. I'm leaving your territory. The cougar blinked slowly. Then it stepped forward. I tensed, breath frozen. But instead of leaping, the cougar angled sideways across the ridge, moving not toward me but past me, threading through narrow rocks with that fluid grace instinctively built into its bones. It descended the slope in 3 effortless bounds and vanished into the brush below. I didn't move for a long time. Eventually, when my heartbeat returned to something close to normal, I started walking again carefully, deliberately, every sense alert. I didn't hear it again. Didn't see another ripple of brush. Didn't catch another hint of its scent on the wind. The forest felt open again. Neutral. As if whatever decision the cougar had been making, it had made it. The last 2 miles back to the ranger station passed in a blur of adrenaline headaches and half-formed thoughts. I logged my return time, 16:52, and stood for several minutes in the gear shed, hands braced on the counter, breath shaking in my chest. I didn't file the encounter in the official report. I should have. But something about it felt personal. Not dangerous, not benign. Just a crossing of paths between 2 creatures trying to understand each other. That night, as I wrote the full account into my private notebook, I kept coming back to one detail, the moment on the ridge when it stared at me. Not with hunger. Not with fear. With recognition. As if the cougar wasn't deciding whether to attack me. It was deciding whether to trust me. And to this day, I still don't know which way it leaned. My name is Tobias Grant, though most people who know me out here call me Toby. I am a seasonal maintenance assistant contracted through the Alaska Division of Parks, assigned to inspect remote public use cabins for structural wear, stove safety, and wildlife disturbances. I state this formally because I want the circumstances of that day to be understood exactly as they occurred. Nothing in what follows is exaggerated. Nothing leans on folklore. What happened was physical, measurable, and terrifying precisely because it stayed within the boundaries of reality. The day began with a routine intention: hike out to Eagle Crest Cabin, document winter damage, replace a warped stovepipe elbow, and log the waterline measurements from the creek. The assignment sheet estimated 4 hours, maybe 5 if the snowpack slowed my pace. It was late spring, the transitional kind of day where the air still bites but the sun stays out long enough to pretend it means well. I remember checking the temperature on my handheld, 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold, but that's normal. Everything about that morning was normal. I reached the cabin just before noon and immediately noticed an odor that didn't belong, a deep, musky heaviness that clung to the air like wet rope. Bear scent. Fresh. I paused 30 feet from the cabin, listening. Silence. No shifting brush. No huffs. No popping jaws. Just the soft ticking of meltwater dripping from the eaves. I swept the perimeter anyway, hand on my bear spray, moving slow, deliberate, pausing every few steps. Nothing. No prints. No scat. No sign of a bed scraped into the dirt. The air smelled wrong, but the ground told me nothing. I went inside, set down my pack, logged the time, 12:17 p.m. There's something about those small Alaskan cabins, square, simple, one-room structures with a bunk, a table, a stove, and windows that feel just a little too big once you're alone. The wood absorbs silence in a way that makes every movement feel like a confession. I kept expecting to hear a shuffle or a crack outside, but the stillness stayed perfect. I finished the stovepipe inspection by 1:40 p.m., recorded photos, and started taking measurements of the window frames for a replacement order. That's when I saw it. At first, I didn't even understand what I was looking at. The window glass reflected some of the interior back at me, my face, the corner of the bunk, but behind those faint shapes was a darker form, just barely upright, just barely still. A grizzly. Standing maybe 10 or 12 yards away. Facing the window. Facing me. I froze, tape measure hanging in my hand like an idiot's ribbon. The bear didn't move. It didn't sway, didn't huff, didn't paw the ground. It just stared. Eyes fixed on the pane, head slightly lowered, the way a dog looks at a door when it expects its owner to return. I stepped back, slowly. The bear's head rose half an inch. Its eyes followed. Not aggressively, more like it was noting something. Cataloging. I grabbed my radio, thumb hovering over the transmit button, but I didn't press it. Not yet. No ranger is supposed to panic over a bear outside a cabin. That's half the job. And this bear wasn't showing the usual signs. No bluff, no curiosity, no stress, no hunger-driven motion. Just stillness. A wrong stillness. I waited 5 minutes. 10. The bear didn't move. By 2 p.m., I tried making noise inside, shifting equipment, clearing my throat, tapping the metal stove. Nothing. Its eyes never left me. Finally, I radioed in, keeping my voice steady. Cabin Eagle Crest. Confirming presence of grizzly near the perimeter. No aggression, but maintaining posture. requesting advisement. Static answered. Then a faint crackle. Then more static. I tried again. Nothing. The repeater tower on the ridge sometimes lost signal in transitional weather, but the only clouds overhead were thin and bright. By 2:15 p.m., the bear stepped forward once. Just once. A silent, deliberate advance of maybe 2 feet. Then it stopped again. I backed farther into the cabin until my shoulders touched the opposite wall. The bear's eyes shifted slightly, following. It pressed its nose closer to the window, not fogging the glass that struck me as odd, but hovering close enough that I could see the texture of its muzzle. I knew what the handbook said: stay calm, do not exit the cabin, wait for the bear to lose interest. But the handbook assumed the bear was interested in something: food, curiosity, territorial resentment. This one looked like it was waiting. Like it expected a cue. Like it anticipated something inside to change. At 3 p.m., it was still there. At 4 p.m., my legs were shaking. Not from fear, from standing so long in one spot, too afraid to shift, too aware that any change in posture might provoke something mysterious I didn't understand. At 4:40 p.m., the bear did something that nearly broke me. It sat down. Saturday. Like a person settling in for the long haul. Its eyes didn't blink much. They didn't wonder. The way it stared into the dim cabin felt like it could see more than the surface. Like it understood what I was doing, waiting. The sun dropped lower. The temperature cooled. The air dimmed to that bluish pre-evening shadow that looks like old film. And the bear didn't leave. I realized then, truly realized, that the smell I'd caught upon arrival wasn't drifting into the cabin. It was coming out of it. Something in that moment clicked, cold and sick, but I didn't understand it fully yet. I only knew the grizzly wasn't interested in me. It was watching for something else. Something behind me. And as the light faded, I finally turned around. The first thing I saw when I turned was nothing more than the cabin's interior, the bunk, the stacked firewood, my gear bag leaning against the far corner. The shadows had grown longer, that was all. But something in those shadows felt off, stretched in a way that didn't match the dimming light outside. I waited for my eyes to adjust, convinced I'd simply spooked myself into imagining movement. The silence inside pressed so tightly against my ears that it felt like the room was inhaling. Nothing moved. The shadows stayed still. But I felt watched in 2 directions now, from the bear outside, and from something I couldn't name behind me. I wiped my palms on my jacket and forced myself to breathe normally. I told myself the smell had probably come from old bear grease on the cabin walls. Plenty of people use these cabins during hunting season, some butchering fresh game nearby. Scents linger. Bears remember. All perfectly rational. But as the minutes dragged, the air inside the cabin cooled. Not sharply, not suddenly, just enough that I saw the faintest mist when I exhaled. And that made no sense, because the windows were all closed and sealed, and I stood only a few steps from the wood stove, where a residual warmth should have lingered. I pressed my hand to the stovetop. It was warm. My breath should not have been misting. A tension rolled through my shoulders, a prickling awareness that something subtle was shifting, like the cabin itself had inhaled just a little too deeply. I moved back toward the window to check the bear again. Still sitting. Still facing me. Still absolutely unmoving. The light caught its eyes in a way that made them look glassy, almost reflective. I crouched slightly, watching for the rise and fall of its chest, some motion to confirm simple biology, but the bear remained so still that my mind kept drifting toward the impossible question: was it even breathing? I stepped back again, unwilling to let my thoughts go too far. Fear does that, fills in the gaps with the worst shapes it can imagine. I reminded myself of the handbook, the training sessions, the countless wildlife safety briefings. Bears do unpredictable things. Staring isn't supernatural. Stillness isn't unnatural. I repeated those things silently, a mantra grounding me against the rising dread. By 5:30 p.m., the cabin interior had grown darker than it should have been. Dusk outside had deepened, but the interior felt dim in a way that didn't track with the angle of the remaining light. I lit the lantern. Its glow pushed the shadows back, revealing nothing unusual, just the simple features of the one-room shelter. But the moment the flame steadied, the bear outside rose to its feet. A heavy lump formed in my throat. The timing wasn't perfect enough to imply intelligence, but it was close enough that coincidence didn't feel like the first explanation I wanted to reach for. The bear stepped closer to the window, pressing its weight into the ground with deliberate slowness. I could feel the vibrations through the cabin floorboards as its paw settled into the dirt. It stopped directly in front of the window, filling the frame almost entirely, its head lowered slightly so its eyes aligned with mine. And then the bear broke its stillness, but not in the way I expected. It didn't huff. It didn't grunt. It didn't paw or lean or test the door. It turned its head slowly, silently, and looked past me, toward the back wall of the cabin. Toward the bunk. A chill swept through me, radiating outward from my spine like frost creeping across a pane of glass. The bear wasn't watching me. Not truly. It was staring through me. Past me. I turned again, not as quickly as before, but with a carefully measured movement like someone afraid to startle a coil spring trap. The bunk sat exactly as it had earlier, thin mattress, wool blanket, the small window above it letting in a slice of the fading sky. But the smell was stronger now. Not bear scent, not exactly. Something heavier. Earthier. Like wood mixed with old soil. Like an animal den that hadn't seen sunlight for too long. I crossed the cabin and crouched, checking beneath the bunk. Nothing but dust. I tapped the floorboards. Solid. I pressed my ear to the wall. Silent. The only sound was a faint rasping breath from outside. The bear, finally moving air again. Or maybe reacting. Not to me. To something else. I straightened up, stepping back toward the center of the room. That was when I noticed the door. A small detail, but sharp enough to freeze me where I stood. The metal latch was trembling, just barely, just faint enough that at first I thought it was my eyes playing tricks. But no! It vibrated, a tiny rhythmic tap against the wood, like something inside the cabin's frame was expanding and contracting. I pressed my hand to the door. Cold. Colder than the outside air could have made it. I felt the wood pulse beneath my palm, like a breath pushing outward. I stumbled back. My boot struck the lantern stand, and the light wavered. For a heartbeat, the cabin plunged into a deeper shadow, and in that brief moment, I thought I saw a shape by the bunk, a dense, crouched form pressed low against the wall. When the lantern steadied, the shape was gone. I forced myself to stand still until the adrenaline tremors settled. I told myself I'd imagined it. The darkness had warped things. Lantern flicker did strange things to depth perception. But then the bear outside shifted again, raising its head sharply, staring at the same spot where I had seen the shape. The bear took one slow step back from the window. Not fear. Preparation. That single backward step carried a meaning so clear and primal that I felt it in my teeth. Something behind me was about to move. The floorboards creaked. Once. A long, low stretch of sound as the weight had settled onto them. My chest tightened. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Every part of my body screamed that turning would mean seeing something I could never explain and never unsee. Another creak. The cabin's air grew heavy, saturated with the musk I'd smelled earlier, so thick I could taste it. Then, a breath behind me. Close. Wet. Slow. And impossibly low to the ground. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. The breath behind me was so close I felt its warmth dampen the back of my jacket. Heavy, uneven, dragging, the kind of breath that belonged to something that had been exerting itself for a long time. My instinct screamed to lunge for the door, but the rational part of me, the part drilled through countless training sessions, told me movement triggers movement. Predators respond to motion. Even the wrong kind of startled wildlife does. I took one slow, shaking breath and stepped sideways, just enough to angle myself where I could see the window and catch the bear's reaction without making eye contact with whatever was behind me. The bear's ears were pinned back. Its stance had changed, not aggressive, not defensive, but braced. Its front paws dug slightly into the soil, like it was preparing for something I wasn't ready to imagine. Its eyes were locked not on me but on a point just above my right shoulder. The air behind me shifted. Something rose. I felt the movement more than I heard it, a long, deliberate lift, like a large animal uncoiling itself from the floor. The breath warmed the back of my neck for one more awful moment before pulling away. A faint sound followed, something like claws brushing wood. Not a scrape. More like a drag. As though something was testing the floorboards, pressing weight onto them inch by inch. My knees nearly buckled. I managed to turn my head only slightly, just enough to see the lantern's light shift across the wall opposite me. A shadow lifted their huge, distorted, but unmistakably shaped like something quadrupedal. Broad back. Heavy shoulders. The silhouette of an animal that had no business being inside an enclosed space. My mind scrambled through possibilities: wolverine, wolf, even a moose calf, but none matched the width of the form or the slow, stalking rise I felt behind me. I pressed my back to the wall, inching sideways until I faced the center of the room. The shape behind me stayed just out of view. I felt the boards flex beneath it, creaking under a weight that shouldn't have been able to move so quietly. The smell, that musky, earthen scent, thickened, filling my nose, clogging my throat. Then the shape moved. Not toward me. Toward the door. I watched, frozen, as the latch vibrated again, harder this time. Something pressed against the inner frame, a slow, controlled pressure. Not a shove. Something more thoughtful. More testing. The metal rattled, a sound so delicate that it somehow terrified me more than a full-body slam would have. The bear outside took another step back, lowering into a tense, almost defensive crouch. Its eyes flicked from the door to me, then back to the door. A warning. Or a plea. I couldn't tell. A soft thud sounded behind me. Something touched the door. Right at the base, I could see the bottom inch of the frame indent forward for a split second, as though something inside had pressed a paw, or a shoulder, or a skull against it. My breath came faster now. Fear was overtaking logic. I didn't have a plan. I barely had a thought. All I knew was that I couldn't let whatever was inside share a doorway with me. I lunged. Not toward the door. Toward the stove. I grabbed the metal poker hanging beside it and swung around, bringing it up between myself and the thing by the door. The motion jolted the lantern light, throwing frantic shadows across the cabin. For one brief, impossible moment, I saw something crouched at the door, a mass of fur and muscle, hunched low, too tall at the shoulders to be a wolf, too elongated in the limbs to be a bear. The head was lowered, pressed near the latch, as though sniffing. And the eyes, when the lantern caught them, were pale. Not reflective like the bear's. Not glowing. Just pale, like something that lived too long underground. The creature slipped backward into the shadows so quickly I almost believed I'd hallucinated it. But the smell lingered. Fresh. Powerful. I backed toward the center of the room again, gripping the poker so tight my knuckles burned. The bear outside let out a low, guttural moan, not a threat, but a warning. The thing inside moved again, circling the cabin's interior perimeter, staying just beyond the reach of the lantern's glow. I tracked it by the creak of the floorboards. Slow. Precise. It wasn't panicking. It wasn't angry. It was searching. I realized then what the bear had been watching all day. It hadn't been waiting for me to die. It had been waiting to see if that thing inside the cabin would come near the window, near the walls, near me. The bear had been guarding the cabin. Guarding me. That understanding shattered something in me, whatever thin layer of composure I had left. I pulled my radio again, thumb slamming the transmit button without care for silence. Eagle Crest cabin urgent, immediate assistance, large predator inside. Static swallowed the rest. The boards behind me groaned under sudden weight. I spun, brandishing the poker, but the creature retreated again into the blind corner beside the bunk. The lantern's light trembled in my grip. I realized something then, a detail so small I almost missed it. The far window, the one above the bunk, was open. Not wide. Just an inch. I had checked it earlier. It had been shut. A thin line of cold air drifted in, brushing my face like a whisper. The creature moved with a soft, heavy shift, then I heard it, the slide of fur against wood as it climbed the wall. The window rattled. Then silence. I rushed across the room, slammed the window shut, and latched it. My hands were shaking so violently I nearly dropped the poker. I pressed my forehead to the cold glass, exhaling hard. Outside the window, in the fading light, the bear stood. Not sitting. Not watching. Standing tall, posture rigid, staring directly into the window as though confirming I was still alive. Then, without warning, the bear turned sharply, decisively, and charged into the tree-line with a deep bellow that shook the cabin walls. Branches snapped. Something huge crashed. For 10 long seconds, the forest erupted in violent motion. Then absolute silence. Nothing moved. Not the trees. Not the shadows. Not the bear. Not the thing. I never saw either of them again. But when I opened the cabin door at dawn, the earth told a story, tracks leading away. 2 sets. One unmistakably ursine. The other, larger. Deeper. And wrong. I followed them only 10 feet before stopping. The bear tracks ended suddenly, a long drag, a disturbed patch of soil, and nothing beyond that. The other prints continued deeper into the woods, spaced unnaturally far apart, as though something long-limbed and heavy was striding away on hind legs. I reported everything. Every detail. The official response was predictable: misidentified predator behavior, atmospheric distortion, compromised sensory perception. The cabin was flagged for further inspection. I didn't argue, but I know what I saw, what I smelled, what shared the cabin with me as the sun went down. Grizzlies don't stare through windows for hours unless something inside is worse. And whatever the thing was, the bear didn't win. It just slowed it down. My name is Sarah Linwood, and on the day this happened, I had been conducting a routine marsh survey hike for the Maine Wetlands Conservation Group. I include my full name not out of formality, but because I want there to be no ambiguity about who is telling this. I want whoever reads it to understand that this account is accurate in every respect, witnessed through my own eyes, with no embellishment and no misinterpretation of what the wilderness showed me. I used 112 words to describe myself and my role in this, and I hope that clarity will matter later. I started that morning before sunrise, taking the narrow logging road that cuts toward the eastern edge of the Saddleback Marsh. It was supposed to be a short outing, a half-day survey of hydrology markers that had been flagged last fall. I had a laminated map, GPS unit, 2 radios, and enough field gear for a mild, chilly day. The weather report said fog, which was fine. In Maine, fog is like rain. You prepare for it, respect it, but you don't stop working because of it. But that morning, the fog wasn't sitting over the marsh like a blanket. It was rising from it, curling upward in long threads that moved too quickly to be natural. I'd seen temperature inversions cause strange patterns before, but this was something else. It was as though the whole wetland was exhaling. The first hour wasn't strange. The second one was. By then, the fog had thickened to the point where my own hands blurred if I extended them fully. My GPS kept losing signal between the clumps of red spruce, and my boots sank in the soft, sucking mud with every step. I could still hear birds, frogs, the occasional far-off splash of something shifting through the water channels. Normal stuff. Background wilderness noise. Then I heard hooves. At first it was faint, just a dull, rhythmic weight sinking into what ground somewhere behind me. I stopped moving and the sound stopped with me. I stepped again, lightly, and something far heavier stepped at that same delayed cadence. Maine isn't short on moose, so I wasn't panicking. But bull moose are unpredictable, especially during rut season, and the way this one was shadowing my pace made my shoulders tense. I tapped my radio, listening to the static, and said I'd check in again in 15 minutes. I didn't mention the moose. No point in overreacting. I slowed down, listened again. Another 2 steps. Another 2 thuds behind me. I couldn't see more than 10 feet, but I knew something tall was back there. The resonance of each step had a depth you only get from a big ungulate. I tried clapping once, loudly, just to push it off its track. Moose usually shy away from confrontation. Nothing ran. Nothing startled. Instead, the next hoof step landed closer. I tightened the straps of my pack and kept walking at a steady pace. Not fast. Not slow. Just steady. That's usually the safest bet around moose. Don't look like a threat. Don't look like prey. Just be something forgettable. But this one, it didn't forget me. Every time my boots sank, its hooves answered. Every change in stride, it mirrored. Sometimes faster, sometimes so slow I could barely distinguish its weight from the surrounding noises. But it was there. Always there. The fog went from thick to blinding. My world narrowed to a small bubble of light around me. The spruce trees became faint vertical smudges, and the marsh grass appeared only when I brushed against it with my sleeves. I knew the map by memory, but even so, there was a creeping sensation that I wasn't following the same route I had taken before. The marsh paths shift year to year. It's normal. But this felt deliberate, as if someone had rerouted the landscape while I wasn't looking. The hoof steps grew louder, not faster, closer. Too close. I stopped. It stopped. I took a single step sideways. One massive hoof sank into the mud directly behind my previous footprint. My throat went dry. I whispered, more to the fog than to myself, "Okay, all right, not aggressive. Just curious." The wetlands answered with nothing at all. I turned very slowly. Not a full pivot, just enough to widen my field of view. The fog was so dense it felt like it pressed against my face. No silhouette formed. No antlers materialized out of the gray. but I could hear the animal breathing. Low, resonant, steady, and too close for comfort. I lifted my phone to use the camera as an improvised periscope, hoping it might pick up a shape even if my eyes couldn't. The screen glowed white. Nothing. Just fog. Then my phone buzzed, motion detected from the rear-facing lens. I froze. I didn't look at the notification. I didn't swipe. I didn't breathe for a few seconds. A bull moose directly behind me shouldn't trigger a motion alert that gently. It should have been a blur, a dark mass, something. But the notification tone was soft, as though whatever moved wasn't large enough to break the fog apart. I slowly turned off the phone, slipped it back into my pocket, and kept moving. The next 20 minutes felt like walking through a slow-motion nightmare. The host never retreated. Never surged forward. But occasionally, when I shifted slightly to the right or left, I heard the moose's breath angle around me, like it was circling. Carefully. Methodically. Never brushing me, never stepping into view, just orbiting. I whispered again, "Why are you doing this?" not expecting an answer. But something in that fog exhaled in a long, deliberate breath, not aggressive, not panicked, almost thoughtful. I didn't know then that the fog was thinning ahead. I didn't know that in just a few minutes, I would finally see the animal that had been tracking me. And I definitely didn't know what its posture would tell me, or what it would imply about the last hour. Because when the fog began to peel away, the bull moose wasn't behind me. It was 10 feet in front of me. Completely still. As though it had been standing there the entire time. The moose stood perfectly still, its massive body rising out of the thinning veil of fog like a monument carved from the marsh itself. I had expected frantic movement, the crash of branches, a shape rushing to meet me or flee from me. But instead, it held its ground, unmoving, silent. Its dark, wet coat glistened slightly in the dim morning light, and its antlers were wide, heavy, and freshly polished, the kind you don't forget once you've seen them. A bull that size should have been easy to hear. It should have been impossible for it to reposition itself ahead of me without breaking twigs, splashing mud, or making any sound at all. My brain tried to explain what I was seeing, pulling from every wildlife course I'd ever taken. Marsh acoustics distort distance. Fog plays tricks on sound. Moose sometimes move quietly if the ground is soft. I repeated each theory in my head, clinging to them like handrails in the dark. But none of them could explain the part that had lodged itself in my throat. This moose wasn't breathing like the one behind me had been. This one's chest rose and fell differently. Slower. More controlled. Less animal. I took one careful step backward. The moose didn't react. Not a twitch. Not a swivel of the ears. It watched me with dark, round eyes that reflected nothing, not the fog, not the faint light, not me. Just depthless black. My instinct said, "Don't run." My training said, "Create space, speak softly, avoid sudden movements." My nurse said, "You've been walking in circles." I tested the ground with my heel, trying not to break eye contact. The mud squelched quietly. No hoof answered behind me this time. No breath puffed against my spine. Whatever had been following me either wasn't behind me anymore, or it had never been a moose in the first place. "Easy," I whispered. "I'm leaving. Just passing through." The bull moose shifted its weight by a fraction, barely perceptible, but enough that a ripple moved down its flank. Not aggression. Not preparation for a charge. It felt more like acknowledgement. A gesture of comprehension, which was ridiculous. Animals don't acknowledge you like that. They react, they flee, they assert dominance. They don't nod to your voice. The fog continued to thin, opening the marsh in ghostly segments. Patches of grass and pockets of dark water appeared like scattered puzzle pieces. I used those reference points to orient myself with the map in my mind. The tree line to the north was still hidden, but I could see enough to know direction again. If I moved diagonally, I could skirt around the moose without triggering a defensive reaction. Except I couldn't shake the feeling that it wanted me to move a certain way. When I slid one foot sideways, its left ear twitched. When I tilted my body slightly the other direction, its right ear twitched. Subtle, almost imperceptible, but consistent. Like it was testing which path I'd take. I decided not to overthink it. I exhaled carefully and tried again, angling myself toward the northeast, aiming for firmer ground that would eventually lead to a stretch of exposed roots I'd crossed earlier. The moose did not follow. It didn't block me. But its eyes stayed locked onto mine with a sharpness that felt wrong, almost human. 5 feet of distance became 8. 8 became 12. My heartbeat steadied. Then I heard hoofs to my right. Not behind me. Not in front. To my right. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. I whipped my head just enough to look, and something massive shifted in the fog, another shape, another set of hooves sinking into the mud. Not running. Not approaching. Just moving parallel to my line of escape. My chest tightened. There shouldn't be 2 moose that close together. Bulls rarely tolerate each other outside of rut season, and even then, they don't stalk in tandem. And definitely not in total silence. I felt the air around me change again, the same strange, thickened pressure I'd felt earlier. Like being watched from all sides. I pushed forward faster, no longer caring about appearing calm. My breath shortened, though I tried to control it. The ground sloped upward as I reached firmer soil. Another 20 yards and I'd hit higher ground where visibility would be better. I didn't dare look back. I kept moving, eyes forward, one step after another. Then the fog opened completely for a few seconds, like curtains being pulled apart, and I saw it. A third moose. Standing directly ahead of me on the Eyre Trail. This one was smaller, maybe a young bull, but its posture was the same as the first, rigid, silent, eyes locked onto me with a focus that felt too exact. My stomach dropped as I realized the pattern. One behind me earlier. One revealed in front when the fog thinned. One walking to my right. And now a fourth shape, because I could hear hoofs again, this time far off to my left, matching my pace. 4 points. A perimeter. Not hurting. Not curious. Escorting. Guiding. Or corralling. A chill moved across my arms. I had the sudden, intense thought that I should not speak again. Not a word. The marsh felt too still, too listening. I adjusted my path slightly, testing the perimeter. The young bull in front shifted its weight instantly, cutting off the angle before I even committed to stepping that way. I changed direction again. Another crackle of hoofs to my right adjusted accordingly. I wasn't imagining this. They were reacting with precision, not instinct. Moose don't coordinate movement like this. They don't form silent walls around a human being. But these, whatever these were, they seemed to understand positioning better than any herd animal I'd ever studied. My breath hitched. I realized something else. None of them were breathing hard. Even after all this movement. They weren't tired. They weren't winded. They weren't acting like animals at all. The fog thickened again behind me, making retreat impossible. I was being funneled somewhere. Not attacked, not threatened, but steered. And the moment I understood that, a tight dread coiled under my rib cage. Because I had no idea where they wanted me to go. but they were making sure I reached it. I kept walking because stopping didn't feel like an option anymore. The moose around me didn't act like they would charge, but they also didn't seem like they would tolerate hesitation. The young bull on the Eyre Trail watched me with the same unsettling stillness the first one had, its breath barely visible in the cool air. I didn't see the others through the fog anymore, but I could feel them, hear the wet, steady sound of hooves sinking into marsh soil, each step perfectly measured. Every instinct that had served me well in the field over the years was firing at once, telling me one thing with increasing intensity: I wasn't in control of the route anymore. The slope got steeper. The soil firmed beneath my boots, lifting me slowly out of the deepest parts of the marsh. As my elevation changed, the air thinned in texture, but the fog stayed just as dense. It clung harder, as though the marsh itself didn't want to let the air move freely. My backpack straps dug into my shoulders as I climbed, the weight of my field gear suddenly feeling triple its usual mass. I tried not to think about the perimeter of moose closing around me. When I reached a small ridge, the young bull stepped aside just enough to allow me through. Not a full invitation, just a narrow gap, a controlled gateway. It didn't take a biologist to understand how intentional that movement was. As I passed within 12 feet of it, I could see the texture of its fur clearly, dark and coarse and thick with moisture. Its eyes followed me the whole time, unblinking. I didn't speak. I didn't want to test whether they were reacting to sound or something else entirely. The silence pressed hard around me, broken only by the occasional drip of water from overburdened pine needles somewhere overhead. Ahead of me, the ridge dropped into a shallower basin, still fog-heavy, but more open. Spread across the basin were the remnants of old logging equipment, rusted tracks, a collapsed crane, the skeleton of a truck bed sinking into the weeds. I recognized the area. I'd seen it marked as an abandoned work site on the archival maps the department kept in the office. It had been cleared decades ago and left to rot. But it wasn't part of the route I'd intended to survey today. The moose wanted me here. The moment I stepped into the basin, the fog shifted again. Not clearing, just thinning, as though whatever had been holding it extra dense in the marsh below had released some pressure. I could see 10, maybe 12 feet around me now. Enough to get my bearings. Enough to realize I wasn't alone on the ridge above. The first bull, the giant one, stood on the ridge I'd just descended, partially hidden but unmistakable. The silhouette of its antlers looked like the top of a dead tree. Its posture hadn't changed. Its eyes were still locked onto me with that same impossible depth. Another moose appeared on the far left edge of the fog, then a third near the remains of the truck bed. They didn't form a tight perimeter now. They gave me more space, but not an exit. The basin had one clear path leading out northwest, toward deeper woods, and all three moose had positioned themselves to allow only that direction. I didn't want to go deeper. Every map in my mind warned me that moving off that way would take me into terrain without safe footing, no markers, and no reliable paths. But the alternative was pushing past animals that outweighed me 20-fold, and I knew better than to attempt that. I kept to the direction they opened. The moment I stepped toward that narrow corridor, the moose reacted not by moving, but by watching more intently. It was as if they were making sure I understood that I had chosen correctly. My stomach twisted. I walked forward, boots crunching through old, dried reeds, moving past the last of the rusted machinery. The fog grew lighter still as the trees thinned. Ahead was a clearing I didn't recognize, a wide, circular depression in the earth with no water, no brush, nothing but flat, compacted soil. Too flat to be natural. Too smooth to have been left by logging equipment. I reached the center before I realized something crucial. There were no tracks here. Not mine. Not moose. Not even birds or foxes. Just untouched, perfectly even soil, like something had pressed everything out of it. I froze. The moose remained at the edge of the clearing, silent, still. All 4 of them arranged in a rough square, one at each cardinal point as though marking boundaries around me. A sharp, instinctive panic crept up my throat, but I forced it down. I needed to understand what was happening before I made a move I couldn't take back. My radio crackled in my pocket. Not with a voice. Not with static. With a dull, rhythmic tapping like someone lightly drumming on the microphone casing from inside the device. I swallowed hard and raised it. "Field Unit 2 to base," I whispered, even though I knew I shouldn't speak. "Do you copy?" No response. Just the tapping. Then, behind me, a heavy shift of weight. I turned. The biggest bull stepped forward, lowering its head slightly. Not threatening. Not aggressive. But focused. Its ears swiveled forward, then back, then forward again. Like it was listening for something I couldn't hear. Then the tapping on the radio stopped. The clearing went completely silent. The moose lifted its head slowly, deliberately, and stared into the fog behind me. I didn't turn at first. I didn't want to. But the air changed again, that same dense pressure tightening around my ribs. I felt watched not by the moose, not by anything in front of me, but by something standing just outside the clearing's edge. I forced myself to look. In the fog, just beyond visibility, something moved. Not large. Not heavy. But upright. 2 slow steps. Then stillness. My heart stopped for a moment. There were no other people scheduled to be in the marsh that day. No teams, no hikers, no survey crews. No one. The area was restricted for the season. The shape didn't move closer. It didn't breathe loudly enough for me to hear. It simply existed at the edge, half-formed, waiting. The bull moose nearest me exhaled sharply, a deep, warning sound I'd only heard twice in my life. Not directed at me. Directed at whatever was in the fog. The shape retreated. Quietly. Slowly. And the moose stepped back again, restoring their square. I didn't need to be told twice. I backed out of the clearing the exact way I'd come, not running, not turning my back, until the fog swallowed everything behind me again. The moose didn't follow. They didn't watch. They simply dissolved into the fog as if satisfied. I reached my truck an hour later. When I looked back, the marsh was empty. Not silent. Not threatening. Just empty. I still don't know what the moose were keeping me away from. But I know this much. They weren't following me. They were protecting me. My name is Evan Shaw, and the account I'm about to provide is a factual record of the events that occurred on October 14th of last year. I remember the morning starting out unusually calm for Joshua Tree. The air had that kind of cool bite that never lasts past mid-morning, the kind that fools you into thinking the day will stay pleasant. I parked at the Quail Springs pull-off a little after sunrise, shouldering a pack I probably overloaded just because I like being overprepared. I didn't have any particular goal in mind that morning, no summit, no backcountry route, nothing that required permits or planning. I just needed space. My job had been eating me alive, and the desert has always been the one place that slows my thoughts down long enough for me to breathe. I wasn't expecting anything unusual. That's the part that sticks with me the most. No bad instincts, no weird shadows, no reason at all to later look back and think, yeah, that's when I should have turned around. The trail I followed wasn't a real one, just a lightly worn path created by years of hikers wandering in the same general direction. I picked it without thinking, letting the sun warm my back as I moved between the boulders. Every empty space echoed just a little too loudly, the way it always does out there. It never bothered me. The desert is supposed to sound lonely. It took almost an hour before anything happened. Long enough that I had settled into that meditative rhythm of my boots crunching sand and the occasional rustle of something small under a creosote bush. I hadn't thought of my dog, Ranger, in months. He'd been a blue heeler mix, stubborn, loud, convinced he weighed 80 pounds instead of 40. When he died, it gutted me in a way I didn't like to think about. That morning had actually been the first time I didn't automatically glance toward the passenger seat before locking my truck. I only mentioned that because of the sound I heard, sharp, loud, close. A bark. Not a generic one. Not some desert animal yipping in the distance. It was Ranger's voice. The specific cadence, the pitch, the exact way he used to bark when he spotted a rabbit or wanted my attention. I froze so fast my pack straps dug into my shoulders. The desert stayed still. No wind. No movement. Just that sound rippling out and then disappearing. I took a breath, trying to steady the little jolt of grief that punched through me. Coyotes bark sometimes, sure, but not like that. Not with that personal familiarity baked into the tone. I told myself it was just memory playing tricks on me, that long stretches of quiet can make your brain fill in the gaps. I forced my feet to move again. I didn't get far before it happened again. Rough. The same bark. The same urgency. This time it came from left of me, somewhere near a cluster of boulders about 30 yards away. I scanned the area for movement, any sign of tan fur slipping between rocks. Nothing. I said out loud, nope. Not dealing with that today. My voice sounded too small. I kept walking, picking up the pace this time. I angled myself back toward a marked trail about a mile away. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The desert went back to being normal, empty, sun-washed space. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined both sounds. Then it barked a third time, but farther behind me. That detail matters. Coyotes don't usually circle unless they're sizing up prey or trying to flush something. And there was something about the spacing of the sounds that didn't make sense. The timing was too quick for an animal to move from my left to behind me unless it was sprinting, and I didn't hear anything that rapid across the gravel. My spine tightened. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, steady and deliberate, resisting the urge to break into a run. Running triggers predators. Everyone knows that. A minute passed. Maybe two. Then I heard the sound that nearly stopped my heart. Evan. My name didn't come from a human throat. I need to make that clear. It was made of the same rough timbre as the bark, like something pushing sound through the wrong kind of mouth. Breathier. Thin. Wrong. But unmistakably speaking my name in a crude copy of my mother's voice. Every instinct in my body pulsed at once. My chest felt too tight, my pulse too loud. Something behind me padded across gravel, slow and deliberate. That's the only word I can use, deliberate, like it wanted me to hear it approaching. I didn't turn around, but I shifted my eyes to the side enough to catch movement in my peripheral vision. A shape slipped behind a boulder maybe 20 feet back, low, lean, dog-sized, but moving with more intention than any coyote I'd ever seen. I whispered, "Nope. Nope. Nope." It said my name again. Evan. Longer this time. Testing the syllables. The temperature felt like it dropped 10 degrees even though the sun was getting higher. Sweat slid down my back. If something was stalking me, I needed to get to open ground where I could see all directions. The nearest clearing was maybe a quarter mile ahead. I kept my pace even, forcing each step to land normally, even though every cell in my body begged me to break into a sprint. The desert absorbed sound, but I still heard it trailing me, soft crunches of gravel, a small huffing breath every few seconds. And then it barked again. Ranger's bark. Perfect. Too perfect. I made myself look over my shoulder. That was the moment everything tipped over from unsettling to terrifying. When I finally forced myself to look over my shoulder, I did it fast, like ripping off a bandage. My brain braced for something huge, teeth bared, lunging. Instead, what I saw was a single coyote standing in the open just beyond the last boulder it had slipped behind. Except it wasn't standing right. Coyotes aren't statues. They shift their weight, flick their ears, twitch their tails. This one froze like someone had unplugged it. Its posture was almost too upright, front legs locked stiff, head tilted at an angle that made my stomach clench. It stared at me without blinking, pupils pinprick small in the brightness. Its mouth hung slightly open, not in a pant, but in a shape that looked expectant. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. Then it barked again. And there was absolutely no question now, it was mimicking Ranger. Not similar. Not Coyote doing its best. It was Ranger's voice. I felt my eyes sting, and I hated it. The grief punched straight through me, leaving everything else shaky. That flicker of emotion, that split second of vulnerability, was all it needed. Because the moment I flinched, the coyote smiled. Animals don't smile. Not like that. This wasn't a snarl, no teeth showing. It was a small, warm curl of the lips, like it was proud of itself for getting a reaction. Then it said my name again. Evan. Clearer this time. Closer to human cadence, but still pushed through a throat not meant for shaping words. Like someone had taught it which muscles to move without explaining why. I didn't wait any longer. I turned back and walked. I didn't break into a run, but only because every instinct, every wildlife safety briefing I'd ever heard, drilled into me that running was the worst thing you could do. But I wasn't calm. Not even close. My steps were clipped, almost tripping on each other. My mouth tasted metallic. I focused all my energy on the clearing ahead, an open patch of sand and low scrub where I'd be able to see anything coming. Behind me, I heard it move. Not rushing. Not stealthy. Just walking. As if it had decided to accompany me. The sound of its paws on gravel stayed at a consistent distance, 20 or 30 feet behind me. Too close. Way too close. I kept my head forward, refusing to give it another inch of my attention. For almost a minute, nothing but its soft footfalls followed me. Then it barked again, shorter this time, almost like a test. The sound cracked something inside me. My breaths came sharp. My vision narrowed. It wasn't trying to scare me anymore. It was trying to communicate. With my dead dog's voice. That thought hit me so hard my legs wobbled. This wasn't curiosity. This wasn't territorial. It wanted something from me, and it needed me reacting in order to get it. When the clearing finally came into view, a flat, pale stretch of open terrain between scattered Joshua trees, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. If I could get into open space, I could plan. Think. Keep it at a distance. I stepped into the clearing, the sunlight blinding compared to the shade I'd been walking through. For the first time, I let myself turn fully around. The coyote stood at the edge of the shade, half its body still tucked behind a boulder. Only its head and front edge of its shoulders showed. That stiff, too still posture didn't change. It stared at me with a focus I've only ever seen in humans solving problems. It barked. Thank God, I'll never forget this. It tilted its head, cocked its ears forward, and said, "Come." but not in my mother's voice this time. In Ranger's. I said out loud, "No. No, absolutely not." My voice trembled. It heard that. It responded to it. "Come," it repeated, softer. Almost coaxing. Every hair on my arms lifted. My stomach lurched like I'd stepped too close to a cliff edge. I took one careful step backward. Not turning my back. Just widening the distance. The coyote mirrored me, stepping forward, same distance, same pace. That was when I realized something was deeply wrong with the way it moved. The legs motioned correctly, but the timing wasn't right. Coyotes have a natural rhythm in how their paws land, front, back, front, back. This thing's gait lagged by a fraction of a second, like someone was puppeteering it from memory rather than instinct. I swallowed. Hard. "Stay back," I said. "Just stay there." It didn't. Instead, it lifted its head and sniffed the air. I watched its nostrils flare. Then it made a sound that didn't match anything I'd ever heard in the desert. A low, repeated clicking. Not teeth. Not throat. More like something inside it tapping against bone. The clicking lasted maybe 3 seconds before cutting off abruptly. Then it lowered its head again, staring at me, unblinking. I started angling toward the east side of the clearing, where the terrain sloped upward in a gradual incline. Higher ground meant visibility. I needed that. I kept my phone in my hand, though I didn't bother trying to get service too far out. But having it felt like control. As I moved, the coyote followed, still 20 to 30 feet back. Always matching. Always watching. Then it tried something new. It whined. Ranger's whine. The soft, desperate sound he used to make when he wanted to be lifted into the truck after long hikes. The one that always got me to turn around and wait for him. The sound I'd only ever heard from one living creature in my entire life. Hearing it echo across the empty desert broke something open inside me. For a moment, pure instinct overpowered logic. My knee jerked like I was about to step toward it. The coyote's ears perked. Like it recognized the slip. Like it was waiting for it. That was the moment I understood something I still can't explain, something that chills me worse than the mimicry, worse than the following, worse than the way it said my name. It wanted me emotionally off balance. It fed on my reactions. Not in a supernatural way. Not energy, not fear as nourishment. But as if it needed me to play a part. To respond. To participate. I backed up again, faster this time. My shoes scraped against sandstone. And for the first time since I'd spotted it, the coyote moved fast. A sudden, sharp lunge forward, closing half the distance between us. I stumbled, heart slamming into my ribs. What it did next was somehow even worse. It opened its mouth wide and screamed. A perfect human scream. A man's scream. My own. Hearing my own scream come out of another creature's mouth broke something in my brain. For a half second, I genuinely thought I was the one screaming, like some bizarre out-of-body moment, until my mouth clamped shut and the noise kept going. It echoed across the clearing, raw and jagged, too loud for the animal it came from. I staggered backward, boots slipping in loose sand. The scream cut off all at once, like someone had hit mute. The coyote's chest heaved once, then stilled. It stared at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl, as if cataloging the exact shape of my terror. That was the moment I finally ran. Every wildlife safety rule I'd ever learned flew out of my head in a single heartbeat. I spun and bolted toward higher ground, lungs clenching around air that suddenly wasn't enough. The incline ahead felt steeper than I remembered, my legs burning with each step. Behind me, gravel shifted. It didn't chase outright. The footfalls didn't accelerate into a predator sprint. It moved at that same steady pace, relentless, patient. Its footsteps followed mine like a metronome, marking the seconds between us closing. I veered toward a field of scattered boulders, scrambling up the side of a slab. My palms slipped against the grit. A piece of rock broke under my boot and clattered down the slope. The moment the sound echoed, the coyote stopped moving. Dead silence. I pressed my back against the warm rock and forced myself to breathe quietly. My chest spasmed. Sweat dripped into my eyes. The desert around me held its breath. Then, Evan. The voice rose from the base of the boulder. But it didn't come from a single point. It echoed strangely, as if the sound bounced off multiple surfaces or came from a throat pointed straight up at me. I didn't look. I couldn't. I just kept climbing, gripping whatever I could find, boots scraping for purchase. When I reached the top of the slab, a flat section overlooking the clearing, I turned and scanned below. The coyote stood at the exact spot I'd first climbed, staring up like it expected me to still be there. But its mouth wasn't moving. And I swear on my life, the moment I laid eyes on it, I realized something that made my stomach roll. The coyote hadn't followed the exact path I ran. No paw prints. No disturbed sand. It was just there. Watching. I backed up onto more stable ground, forcing myself to inhale steadily so I didn't hyperventilate. The ridge stretched in both directions, but scrambling over it would be slow. I needed to think. To outsmart something that seemed hyper-focused on my reactions. My options were bad. Go left, drop into a narrow ravine. Go right, circle around exposed rock with no cover. Backtrack down the slab and walk straight toward the thing. None of them felt safe. As I hesitated, the coyote stepped onto the rock slab. Coyotes can climb a lot of things, but they don't climb like this effortlessly, placing each paw deliberately, no slips, no hesitation. It moved with eerie precision, almost like it had walked this exact path thousands of times. I didn't wait for it to reach the top. I bolted right, scrambling over smaller boulders, my breath ragged. Every time my foot hit the ground, I flinched at the sound it made, terrified it would mimic it. When I reached a flatter section of ground, I risked a glance back. The coyote had reached the top of the slab. It stood there, framed by the clear sky, just watching me. Its head tilted, that same too-human curiosity etched in its posture. Then it barked. Not Ranger's bark. Not the coyote's normal yipping. This time, it barked in a way that matched the exact force and rhythm of each of my footfalls, as if it were translating the sound of my running into its own language. I pushed harder, lungs screaming. My muscles shook. I didn't have a plan. Just distance. Distance was all I could think of. Eventually the terrain shifted into loose sand and scrub. I recognized the area, close to one of the unofficial side trails that led back toward the highway. If I could make it there, I could get to people. Cars. Noise. Anything. For a few blessed seconds, I didn't hear it behind me. Then, a single sharp bark. So close. I whipped around. The coyote stood less than 10 feet behind me. Its posture had changed. Not stiff. Not mechanical. Its body hung low, front legs bent, like it was finally slipping into something natural. Except its expression was wrong. There was no wild animal tension, no uncertainty. It was studying me the way a person studies something they're about to touch for the first time. It opened its mouth, and instead of any sound, it listened. I realized then it was waiting for me to speak. It wanted my voice. It wanted new material. "No," I whispered. Or maybe mouthed. I'm not sure the word even came out. It leaned forward, ears perked. I clamped my jaw shut. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. The coyote waited. Then something broke the moment, far off, faint, unmistakable. A car door slamming. The coyote snapped its head toward the sound. One smooth motion. Its ears twitched. For the first time, it looked uncertain. I didn't waste a second. I ran harder than I ever have in my life, sprinting toward the direction of the noise. My pack slapped against my spine. My lungs clawed at the air. I stumbled over a patch of loose rock and nearly went down, but adrenaline kept me upright. Behind me, silence. No footsteps. No mimic sound. When I reached the rise overlooking the parking pull-off, I saw a couple standing by their car, mapping out a hike. Completely normal. Completely unaware. I nearly collapsed as I approached them, trying to compose myself enough not to look insane. When I turned to check behind me, nothing. The desert lay wide open. Empty. Bright. Peaceful. No coyote. No prints. Not even disturbed sand. But as I approached my truck, hands shaking, keys fumbling, I froze. Something had left a single paw print beside my driver's door. Not a normal one. Too deep. Too defined. As if the animal had placed its paw down slowly, carefully, the way a person presses their hand into wet concrete to leave a mark. I wiped it away before the couple could see. I drove out of Joshua Tree that day without looking in my mirrors. Not once. Even now, I avoid the desert entirely. I stick to city hikes. Busier places. More noise. Because there's one detail I didn't tell the couple. One thing I still can't explain, even though it never said another word to me after that last moment. As I wiped the print away, a faint sound drifted from somewhere out in the wide, hot quiet of the park. A soft, familiar whine. Rangers. Calling me to wait for him. And I'll never know what would have happened if I did. I didn't freeze because of the scream itself. I froze because I could feel the vibration of it in my chest, like the sound had come from inside me as much as from the coyote. My own voice echoing back at me, warped through an animal's throat, felt like someone had ripped a thread straight through my spine. The scream cut off mid-note. The coyote stood still again, head cocked, tail low, as if waiting to see what that would do to me. I could almost feel it studying the edges of my fear, checking where the cracks formed. I didn't even realize my knees had bent, ready to collapse under me. I forced them straight, turned, and ran. There was no decision-making, no weighing options. My body just took over. Sand sprayed out under my boots as I bolted toward the ridge leading back toward a known path. I could hear my breath rasping, loud and wet, like my lungs had suddenly shrunk. Behind me, the coyote made a sound I'd never heard from an animal before, a sharp, clipped chirp that carried across the rocks. It wasn't chasing. It was signaling. I didn't look back. Not even a glimpse. Every nerve in my back felt exposed, expecting teeth at any moment. The slope ahead rose quickly, dotted with rounded boulders that forced me into awkward angles as I climbed. Halfway up, a cough whipped out of my throat from the dryness of my panting, and the moment it left my mouth, something behind me repeated it. My exact cough. Perfect, down to the rhythm and the little hitch at the end. My foot slipped. I slammed my palm against the rock to steady myself, scraping skin. The pain jolted me back into motion, and I climbed faster, ignoring the sting. Another sound followed. A low, breathy grunt. My grunt pushed through the wrong set of lungs. I reached the top of the ridge and staggered into a wider span of flat rock. This section overlooked a series of shallow gullies running all the way toward the main access trail. I knew exactly where I was. If I stuck to the high ground, stayed in open view, I could eventually loop back toward where other hikers might be. I bent over, hands braced on my thighs, forcing air into my chest. The heat hit me like a hammer now, the cool morning long gone. Sweat dripped down my jaw. A pebble skittered behind me. I spun. The coyote was halfway up the slab I just climbed, too fast, too silent, like it was being lifted rather than climbing. Its legs didn't strain. Its paws didn't slip. It just moved, relentlessly, like gravity didn't matter. It barked again. But now it wasn't Ranger's bark or a wild coyote bark. It was a bark matching the exact cadence of my footfalls as I'd run. Mimicking my panic, not my memories. Trying on different voices like someone flipping through radio stations, waiting to see which one got the most reaction. I backed away, step by step. It didn't advance, not yet. It seemed to be waiting. Then it said something I still hear every time I close my eyes to sleep. Wait. The word stretched in a way a coyote's throat should not have been able to shape, like the consonants were unfamiliar and painful. But it was intelligible. It was pleading. And it used Ranger's whine right after it. Just a soft, broken note. My gut twisted. My grief flared so fast it felt like a physical blow. My voice cracked out before I could stop it. Stop. The moment the word left my mouth, I regretted it. The coyote froze. Then it repeated. Stop. Not perfectly. Shorter. More compressed. But undeniably my voice. I clamped my hands over my mouth like that would stop it from learning anything else. Without taking my eyes off it, I started sidestepping along the ridge, heading toward the far end where it sloped downward toward a marked section of trail. The coyote tracked every inch of my movement, head swaying with unnatural smoothness, eyes unblinking despite the harsh sunlight. When I reached the bend in the ridge, I eased down the slope on shaking legs. My boots skidded on loose gravel, and every small slip felt like it echoed too loudly. At the bottom, the landscape opened into a shallow basin dotted with scrub brush. I stepped into it, and a rustle to my right. My blood iced. A second coyote stood there. Except this one wasn't mimicking anything. It looked normal, curious, skittish. The moment it saw me, it darted away toward its den or hiding spot. The mimicking one wasn't with it. It wasn't part of a pack. It wasn't behaving like anything that belonged out here. I didn't dare turn around fully. I just kept moving, faster now, across the basin, toward the faint trail carved by countless passing hikers. The desert swallowed sounds whole, but every time I stopped to listen, I could hear soft, measured steps behind me. Never running. Never rushing. Just following. I finally spotted the shine of a parked car through the shimmering heat, far off but real. The sight nearly buckled my knees. I pushed harder, stumbling over a low creosote branch, but I didn't stop. I don't remember crossing the last stretch of sand. Everything blurred into a single, jagged line of adrenaline and terror. Only when I hit the pavement near the access lot did I dare turn around. Empty desert. Silent. No coyote. No movement. For a moment I wondered if I'd hallucinated everything: heat, grief, stress, but then I noticed something that made every bit of denial evaporate. Beside the trail sign, where the sand was softest, sat a single paw print. pressed deeper than any real coyote could make unless it weighed twice what it should. The imprint was so clean, so deliberate, like the animal had placed it slowly, intentionally, to leave a mark. A signature. I wiped it away with my boot until it was just loose sand again. I didn't want anyone else to see it. I didn't want anyone else to go looking for something that could imitate a voice that precisely. When I got into my truck, I didn't start it right away. My hands were trembling too hard. The air in the cab felt thick. My breath scraped at my throat like I'd swallowed dust. Then, faintly, so faintly I almost convinced myself I imagined it, a sound drifted from somewhere far out in the cracked quiet of Joshua Tree. A single bark. Ranger's bark. Perfect. Familiar. Calling for me the way he always had. I turned the key and drove. I didn't look back once. I still don't hike alone. Not out there. Not anywhere quiet enough for something to hear me breathe and try to learn how to be me. And when I hear a dog bark in the distance, any dog, I listen a little too closely. Just to make sure it's really a dog. My name is Nina Alvorson, and I work as a wildlife photographer specializing in ungulate behavior in the northern Rocky Mountain region. On the morning this happened, I had been hiking along a remote stretch of the Idaho Panhandle forests, carrying a 30-pound camera pack, a carbon fiber tripod, and a lightweight overnight kit. I remember noting the exact time, 6:14, because the first shaft of sunlight had just started burning through the fog that hung low over the understory. I always keep track of light. It's a force I've learned to chase, measure, brace for, and sometimes fight against. That morning, I wasn't aware I would end up tracking the wrong thing, or more accurately, that something else would track me. The trail I used wasn't an official one. It was a narrow game path beaten down mostly by deer, occasional moose, and whatever else wandered between the cedar groves and thick tangles of huckleberry bushes. I had seen elk sign earlier, fresh droppings, tracks with sharply defined edges, some bark stripped from a young fir where a bull had rubbed his antlers clean. None of it surprised me. The rut had ended weeks ago, but lingering bulls sometimes kept to themselves in the denser parts of the forest. I photographed my share of them, slow blinks, steady breath, that strange mix of wildness and patience that makes them feel ancient. But that morning something felt unnervingly deliberate. Around 7 o'clock, when the fog thinned enough to make out the full ridgeline, I pulled out my camera and aimed it at a clearing where the light was hitting just right. That's when I saw movement broad, dark, and heavy behind a cluster of pines about 30 yards uphill. I steadied my lens, dialed in the focus, and waited. A bull elk stepped half out from behind the trees. He was big, maybe 700 or 750 pounds, with a thick winter coat and a rack that hadn't yet dropped. Nothing out of the ordinary in appearance. But he didn't look at me the way elk usually do. He didn't calculate distance. He didn't twitch his ears. He didn't even act skittish. He stared. I pressed the shutter halfway to focus, and the moment the autofocus beeped, just that tiny mechanical sound, the elk moved back behind the tree trunk as if he'd anticipated it. Not startled. Not fleeing. Just gone, like he'd stepped behind a curtain. I lowered the camera, confused but not alarmed. Wildlife does weird stuff sometimes. I've learned not to anthropomorphize. Animals don't play games or hide on purpose. They move for reasons that make sense to them, not us. So I chalked it up to coincidence and went on. For the next hour I kept hiking along the ridge. The slope wasn't steep, just long and steady, the kind of climb that warms your legs but doesn't burn them. The whole time I felt watched, not the dramatic kind of watched, not paranoia, just an occasional prick of awareness behind my shoulder blades. Enough to make me check over my shoulder every few minutes. Around 8:15, I paused to drink water and set my pack down. When I turned slightly, letting my eyes scan between the thick tree trunks, I saw a shape again. Huge. Brown. Too still. About 40 yards behind me, half blocked by a pair of cedar trunks. Only the antlers and the tops of the shoulders were visible. This time, I didn't raise my camera. I slowly crouched beside my pack, pretending to adjust something, and watched the trees from the corner of my eye. The elk didn't move. Didn't shift weight. Didn't flick its tail. Even the breath plume I expected in the cold morning air wasn't visible. It looked like a taxidermy mount wedged into a forest backdrop. When I finally lifted my camera, moving slowly and deliberately, the elk slid out of view again. Not ran. Not bolted. Just gently slid behind the cedar trunks, as if it had simply stepped backward. Now the unease hit me in a real, physical way, a tightening under my ribs, the feeling that something wasn't adding up. Elk don't track humans. They avoid, circle away, give wide berth. A bull tailing me this persistently, staying behind cover, and disappearing every single time I tried to photograph it wasn't just unusual, it was behavior I'd never had documented, never heard of, not even from biologists who spend their lives collaring these animals. But still, elk are elk. I told myself that out loud. The day stayed cold even as the sun climbed. The fog had burned off the ridge, leaving long blue shadows between the trunks. I kept moving, partly because I needed to reach a stream before setting up camp, partly because stopping made me feel like I was offering something the forest could take advantage of. I kept my pace steady and resisted the urge to look back too often. By 1400 hours, the light had flattened and temperature dipped. I set up camp in a small clearing, just a bivvy tent, stove, and a simple perimeter of gear. Nothing fancy. I'd planned only one night out there. I boiled water, ate dehydrated chili, and went over the shots I'd taken earlier. None showed the elk. Not even a blur. Around 1850, the light died quickly, dropping behind the far ridge. I sipped myself into the tent, reviewed my map, and wrote notes for the day. I tried to sleep. That didn't last. Around 2110, I heard a soft snort, deep, grainy, wet. Not 30 yards away. Then slow footfalls circling my tent, crushing the frost-tipped grass with a patient rhythm. One circle. Another. Another. The sound never rushed. Never paused. Just a steady orbit, like it was tracing something around me. And the worst part, the snorts didn't sound random. They sounded like recognition. Like it remembered me. The circling didn't stop. Not for minutes, not for breaths. I lay still inside my bivvy, every muscle tight, listening to that heavy, deliberate cadence move around me. The nylon walls of the tent felt ridiculously thin, just a fragile barrier between me and something too large to ignore. I shifted slowly, making as little noise as possible, and checked my watch, 21:17. The second hand ticked in its small, calm circle while something far bigger drew a wider circle outside. I tried to steady my breathing. Elk can be curious. Elk can wander close to tents out of habit or confusion. I reminded myself of every logical explanation the way you might rehearse facts before stepping on stage. But none of those explanations fit the way this thing moved, steady, intentional, as if it were pacing rather than grazing, as if the arc it walked had a reason. The footfall stopped on the eastern side of the tent. The ground shifted under its weight, a subtle compression, a quiet cracking of frost. A long exhale pushed through the night, warm, moist, unmistakably alive. I felt it before I heard it, like a faint pulse of air brushing the tent wall. I didn't dare unzip anything. I didn't move my head. I only listened. It stood there for nearly a full minute. Maybe more. Silence can stretch when you're afraid. It becomes a shape that bends around you. Then, just as slowly as it had come, the elk resumed its circling. But the pattern had changed. The steps drew closer, not dangerously close, but near enough that I could feel vibrations travel through the cold ground and into the thin foam beneath my sleeping bag. I reached slowly for the bear spray lying beside me. The nozzle was cold. My hand, colder. Around 21:23, the steps halted again, this time behind my head. I stared up into the faint, dull fabric of the tent roof where condensation was gathering. Another exhalation rumbled out, sounding almost like a frustrated sigh. A soft scrape followed, like something brushing the ground with its hooves. Then the elk did something that made my stomach drop. It sniffed the tent. A long, deliberate sweep along the back edge. Not short huffs, not confused whuffs, and unwavering scan, like it was memorizing the scent. The kind of smell test predators do. Except elk don't do that. Not like this. Not this close. I clenched my teeth and stayed still. After another 30 seconds, the sniffing stopped. A moment later, I heard the heavy step of its retreat, not into the woods but toward the slight rise just 5 or 6 yards away. Hoofs pressed into the frost, weight resisted the slope, then settled. And it went quiet. I lay awake for what felt like an hour but turned out to be less than 20 minutes. Every minute I expected the circling to resume, but the air remained still. Not peaceful, never peaceful, but still, dense with expectation. When nothing happened for a while, logic nudged its way back in. Maybe the elk had wandered off. Animals sometimes use slopes as vantage points. Maybe I'd been in its travel path. Maybe it was simply curious. That explanation wasn't good enough to sleep by, but it was good enough to make me move. I sat up slowly, easing my legs out of the bag, every shift a careful negotiation with silence. I unzipped the tent just an inch, letting a knife of cold air cut in. Darkness pressed back at me, thick and absolute except for the faint outline of trees catching the last of the starlight. I opened the zipper 3 more inches. Nothing moved. I waited for sound, breath, footfall, the flutter of disturbed brush. The forest offered only its stillness. I could see part of the slope where the elk had taken its position. Empty. I eased out of the tent, boots in hand, trying not to crunch the frost too loudly as I slipped them on. I needed to check the area, not out of bravery but necessity. If the elk had bedded close by, I needed to know exactly where so I wouldn't blunder into it come morning. My headlamp stayed off. I let my eyes adjust. I'd taken maybe 6 steps when I noticed something on the ground, an indentation in the frost where the elk had clearly stood. Broad. Deep. The hooves had melted clean ovals into the thin ice, still glossy from residual warmth. I crouched beside them, studying the pattern the way you'd study the aftermath of a scene you didn't witness firsthand. The prints were normal. That should have helped. It didn't. I rose and scanned the dark tree line in a slow, controlled sweep. The ridge was a jagged silhouette, the cedar trunks rising like pillars, and the air so still it felt staged. My heartbeat sounded too loud in my ears. A faint sound drifted from farther upslope, a soft crack. Not close. Not moving. More like a weight shifting, something adjusting its stance. Then silence again. I could have turned on my headlamp. A part of me desperately wanted to, but another part knew that if something big was watching, blowing my night vision would be a mistake. I stepped back toward my tent. Before I made it 3 steps, another sound reached me, this one unmistakable. A low snort. Not irritated. Not startled. More like acknowledgement. My hand tightened around the tent zipper as I pulled it open to duck back in. I paused. Another snort. This one closer. My brain supplied a simple truth. Animals don't reapproach after leaving unless they have a reason. I zipped the tent shut and sat, listening again, bear spray in hand. The steps returned slow, methodical, always maintaining the same distance from the tent as before. A perfect circle, traced in perfect patience. I checked my watch again. 21:51. The night had barely begun. And whatever was out there wasn't bored. The circling stopped again, cleanly, as if someone had given a signal I couldn't hear. One moment there was the steady crunch of hooves over frostbitten grass, and the next there was nothing. Not even a settling sound, not the faint pop of a twig cooling in the night air. Just absence. A literal ring of silence around my tent. I sat completely still, bear spray angled toward the tent entrance. My pulse felt uneven, like it was trying to adjust to whatever rhythm the night had imposed on me. I didn't unzip anything this time. I waited, breathing as quietly as I could, trying to listen through the nylon walls. At first I thought the elk had moved off again. But then something happened that froze every thought in my head. A low, rumbling groan came from the slope behind the tent, long, tired, strained. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't a bugle. It sounded almost like patience running thin. A sound made by something that had spent too long studying something it couldn't figure out. Then the groan broke off abruptly, and the forest held its breath. Minutes passed, 5, maybe 10. I couldn't be sure. My brain spun every logical explanation I could grab onto, but each one dissolved the second I pictured the elk sliding behind the trees earlier, vanishing at the exact moment my camera tried to focus. Around 22:07, I decided I needed to take back some level of control. Even just a sliver. Staying frozen inside a tent while something paced circles outside wasn't a viable overnight plan. And if the elk was just curious, or if it had gotten territorial, keeping eyes on it could actually reduce the danger. Very slowly, I unzipped the tent halfway. Cold air poured in, stinging my nose. I leaned out, letting my eyes adjust again. No headlamp. No sudden movements. The clearing was empty. The slope was empty. The tree line was empty. It didn't make sense. There was no way that much weight could vanish across a frost-covered clearing without leaving sound or sign. I scanned the perimeter of my camp, expecting to catch movement, but nothing stirred. Even the branches overhead were rigid silhouettes. The unease shifted into something sharper, alert, focused, primal. I stepped out of the tent again, this time with more intention. The frost crunched softly under my socks before I shoved my feet into my boots. I held the bear spray tight and moved to the center of the clearing, rotating slowly to track every angle. The elk wasn't there, but its prints were. Not fresh ones, older ones. The ones from earlier in the evening. But when I walked the perimeter of the clearing, following the path it had taken in its strange orbit, I realized the track line formed an exact circle. Perfectly spaced. Perfectly consistent. Not wandering. Not grazing. Not even adjusting for terrain. Just one smooth ring around where I had pitched my shelter. Animals don't do geometry. Not without a reason that made sense to them. I crouched, studying the tracks, and a cold shiver tightened between my shoulders. The prints didn't show hesitation, or fear, or surprise. They showed purpose, repetition, a pattern around me. I listened again, scanning the darkness. The silence now felt wrong, too total, like the forest had stepped back to see what I would do next. I moved to the slope where the elk had stood earlier. The glossy, melted hoof-shaped depressions were cooling, frosting along the edges. They faced the tent directly. Not angled. Not scanning. As if the bull had planted itself there and watched for a very long time. I was halfway through studying the prints when I heard the sound. A single crack of weight shifting deep in the tree line, farther than before. A long pause. Then another crack, softer, like something carefully adjusting its stance. I turned toward the noise, squinting through the dense cedar trunks. Nothing visible. The darkness was too thick. But I could feel it. The way you feel a presence before you comprehend it. Something was still up there. And it wasn't circling anymore. It was waiting. I backed toward my tent slowly, refusing to turn around, keeping the trees in my line of sight as long as possible. I didn't run. Running from ungulates is a bad idea. Sudden movement triggers their response. I knew better than to gamble with instinct. Once inside the tent, I zipped it shut again, though the gesture felt useless. A thin layer of nylon wasn't going to matter if something weighing hundreds of pounds decided to test it. Minutes crawled by. Then another sound drifted from the tree line, so soft I barely caught it. A slow exhale. Not close. Not right outside the tent. But not far either. Mid-slope. Watching. Breathing in a steady, patient rhythm. I checked my watch again, 22:41. The elk stayed there for a long time, 20 minutes, maybe more. Never moving closer. Never leaving. Just holding its position above my camp, the way a lookout keeps watch. And then, without warning, the breathing stopped. Not faded. Stopped. I waited another 15 minutes before daring to move again. When I finally peeked out, scanning the slope, I saw nothing but darkness and static silhouettes of trees. No movement. No breath clouds. No shifting weight. But the feeling lingered, like eyes were still on me even though the body they belonged to had stepped away. By 23:30, the cold was biting hard. I packed my gear quickly, fingers stiff, boots crunching through the frost. I didn't care about the night hike. I didn't care about the temperature. I needed distance. As I left the clearing and followed the ridge's descent, I kept checking behind me every few steps. The forest stayed quiet. Not dead, just quiet in a way that felt considerate, like it was letting me leave. By the time I reached the lower trailhead, 1:14 by my watch, the unease had settled into something hollow. I didn't see the elk again. Not that night. Not on any trip afterward. But the next morning, after I reached the ranger station to file my location checkout, one detail lodged itself in my mind and never left. While I stood outside the station door, warming my hands, I looked down. In the thin layer of hoarfrost on the walkway, just outside where I'd stood only seconds before, were two wide, fresh, perfectly spaced hoofprints. Facing the building. Not angled along the path. Not wandering. As if something had followed me. Silently. All the way down the ridge. And waited there until I went inside. I still photograph wildlife in the Rockies. It's my job. It's my life. But I avoid that part of the Idaho Panhandle now. Not because I'm afraid of elk. Because I'm afraid of whatever that elk thought I was. My name is Henry Clark, and on the day this happened, I was 34 years old, a field survey assistant contracted by Quebec's Ministry of Natural Resources. I state that plainly because formality is the only thing that keeps the memory from slipping sideways into something dreamlike. I was trained, certified, equipped, and mentally prepared for a one-day midwinter traverse, nothing more dramatic than charting snowpack variations north of St. Felicien. The facts matter. The number of hours. The route I took. The distance the lynx followed me. And the moment I made the mistake I still revisit in my sleep, I looked back. It was just past dawn when I stepped out of the forestry cabin and felt that familiar northern cold close around me like a thick, expressionless hand. It wasn't cruel, just absolute. The air temperature hovered around -17°C, cold enough that each exhale came out as a soft cloud that drifted upward before freezing into nothing. I strapped on my snowshoes, tightened my hood, and checked my pack. My GPS, backup compass, paper grid, sample kit, and locator beacon were all secure. Everything felt normal, mundane, even. There was no hint that anything would go wrong, or that something was already watching me from between the black spruces. The forest had that Quebec stillness, deep, weighty, and strangely warm in its silence. Snow cushioned every sound. Small branches bent under white loads and snapped softly as the morning sun began to rise behind thin winter clouds. My assignment for the day was simple. Travel 5 kilometers along a marked transect, take periodic measurements, and turn back by mid-afternoon. I'm comfortable alone in the woods. I've done it for years. And that confidence was exactly what allowed the first warning sign to slip past me unnoticed. At about the 1 kilometer mark, I saw the first set of tracks beside the trail, lynx tracks, clear as a signature. I crouched down, brushed some powder away, and measured the stride. Fresh. Less than an hour old. I didn't think much of it. Quebec is full of lynx, and they're notoriously shy. You're lucky to catch a glimpse of one once a year. Still, something about the neatness of the tracks gave me a pause. Each print looked deliberate, placed with such precision that the toes were perfectly outlined, like the cat had been walking slowly, calculatingly, almost patiently. I continued on. For the next hour, things stayed perfectly standard. I took my measurements, recorded the figures, and moved along the packed snowshoe trail laid out by the previous survey group. After the second transect point, I stood up from a sample core and felt an odd sensation I couldn't immediately explain. It wasn't a sound, or a shift in wind, or anything so obvious. It was the unmistakable feeling of someone or something mirroring my movements behind me. I didn't turn around yet. I didn't know anything was wrong. But I did pause, just for a second too long, with my glove pressed against the snowpack and my breath caught halfway in my throat. The forest froze with me. Then I took another step, and the sensation dissolved. I told myself it was nothing. By midday, the clouds thickened overhead, muting what little sunlight filtered through the conifers. The forest dimmed into a bluish gray that made distances seem deceptive. The world felt closer, more compressed. I finished my southernmost transect line and turned back toward the cabin, proud of myself for staying exactly on schedule. My legs felt good. The cold wasn't biting as sharply. Everything seemed fine. Until I passed the point where I'd noticed the first tracks. The lynx prints were still there, still distinct, but there was something wrong. I saw it before my brain fully processed it. The snowshoe trail I'd made that morning was crisp and unbroken. My outbound steps were clear in the crusted powder. But beside them, overlapping them, was a second parallel trail that hadn't been there earlier. A set of lynx tracks. One perfect print after another. Fresh. Filling the space directly behind my own footprints, as if the animal had followed my exact path, stepping into the pockets my snowshoes compressed, matching me step for step long after I passed. I remember standing there, staring at the pattern, feeling something inside me tighten into a cold knot. If the lynx had simply crossed my path or wandered nearby, I would have thought nothing of it. But no wild cat follows that close. No lynx walks in a human's exact snowshoe depressions. And certainly not silently. Yet I heard nothing. Not a twig snap. Not a paw scrape. Nothing. I should have kept moving. I should have ignored the tracks, or at least stayed calm. But I didn't. I made the mistake that changed everything. I looked back. At first, I saw nothing. Just trees. Dark trunks. Branches outlined with hoarfrost. A dim corridor of forest and drifting snow. Then, between two spruce trees about 20 meters behind me, something shifted. A shape. A faint outline. The suggestion of movement that belonged to something alive. I squinted, trying to pick out the color against the trees, the white of the cat's facial ruff, the tufted ears. Nothing. The space was empty. But the feeling didn't go away. That electric awareness prickling down my neck stayed rooted where it was, like a hand gently closing over my spine. I turned forward again and began to walk faster. After 10 steps, I risked another glance. And that was when I saw the new pair of prints appear. Not fall, not sink, not press, appear. As if the weight that made them had been there all along, invisible until the moment I moved. I stopped breathing. I kept walking. I don't know how long I kept up that stiff, speed-walking pace before I finally admitted to myself that I was terrified. Not startled. Not uneasy. Terrified in the quiet, rational way you get when your instincts are so overwhelmed that your logic has to take over just to keep you upright. My snowshoes thudded through the soft crust, each step sinking slightly before lifting again, and behind me, exactly behind me, the lynx prints kept appearing one neat pair at a time. I refused to look back again. Not after what I thought I saw between those spruce trunks. I focused on breathing steadily. On listening. On scanning the trail ahead for anything that could help me. The forest stayed unnervingly silent. No birds. No branches falling. No wind threading through the canopy. The Quebec wilderness always had quiet stretches, but this was a hush with weight behind it, the kind that presses over you like a hell breath. I decided to test something. I slowed. Barely. Just enough that my stride shortened. Then I lengthened it again suddenly, breaking the rhythm. I didn't turn, but I knew. The prints shifted to match. The stride behind me changed in perfect tandem. That was the moment something in me began to fray. Wild animals do not mirror human stride changes. They stalk, or they circle, or they flee. But they don't follow you like a trained shadow. My mind scrambled for rational explanations. Maybe the lynx wasn't following me exactly, just crossing over my trail now and then. Maybe I was misreading the snow. Maybe I was so keyed up from isolation and monotony that my brain was inventing patterns. I knew better, but I clung to those thoughts like rope. The temperature had dropped another few degrees. My breath came out in sharp bursts that froze so quickly the vapor almost seemed to crackle. I tightened the straps of my pack and kept moving, pushing toward the halfway marker. If I made it there, the terrain would open slightly, and maybe I could spot whatever was behind me, confirm it was just an animal, nothing else. The sky dimmed further, clouds sliding over the faint sun until only a silver smudge remained. It wasn't late in the day, not even close, but a premature twilight bled through the trees, turning the whites and grays of the landscape into a palette of muted blue. My gloved fingers prickled with cold as I rubbed them against my thighs. At the 3-kilometer point, my legs were burning. My shoulders ached. I could feel sweat gathering beneath my layers, cooling too fast. Panic does that, makes your body waste heat. I forced myself to stop and drink a mouthful of water, even though every instinct screamed at me to keep moving. As soon as I lifted the bottle to my mouth, the stillness seemed to deepen behind me, like something settling into place. I didn't look. I just stood there with my chest tight, bottle frozen halfway to my lips, silently begging the forest to make any sound that proved I was still alone. Nothing. I lowered the bottle, and the moment I shifted my weight, 2 crisp prints appeared behind me, another perfect pair, inches from the last set. My throat went dry. I started walking again, water bottle still in my hand, arm trembling. It was time to use the radio. I pulled it from its pouch slowly, angling it so I wouldn't have to turn my head. I thumbed the transmit button. Base, this is Clark. I'm returning early. I may have a wildlife issue on the trail. Static. I tried again, switching channels. Nothing. The forest wasn't remote enough for a complete communications blackout. Even a weak signal should have gotten through. But the radio hissed with dead air, like the entire frequency band was buried under silence. I tucked it away and forced myself to think logically. Distance to cabin, about 2 kilometers. Travel time, roughly 40 minutes at my current pace. Less if I pushed. The trail was familiar. The snow conditions were predictable. I was not lost. I was just not alone. When I reached a slight bend in the trail, I risked a side glance, not backward, just to the periphery. Movement flickered in the edge of my vision. Something low. The faintest shift of shadow crossing between 2 firs. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I felt it through my chest straps. I sped up. My snowshoes slapped the crust faster, the sound no longer rhythmic but frantic. The trail ahead shimmered with the same oppressive quiet. The forest felt wrong, too narrow, too close, like the trees were leaning in. I kept walking until I reached a familiar fallen trunk that marked the final kilometer stretch. I slowed for a moment, steadying my breath, and let the slightest sliver of hope edge in. I stepped over the trunk. A soft sound whispered behind me. Not a growl. Not a footstep. Not a hiss. A tiny vibration in the snow. A faint, crisp compression like weight being applied to powder. The new prints had appeared instantly when I moved. But this was different. This was the first time I'd heard anything, even if it was barely more than a breath against the surface of the snow. My spine locked straight. I took 5 more steps before I dared lift my eyes from the trail. Ahead, the trees opened slightly, revealing a narrow corridor leading to the cabin's clearing. I pushed myself into a near jog, snowshoes dragging through the powder. The sensation of being matched step for step behind me intensified until it felt like a warm pressure just inches from the back of my coat. When the cabin roof finally came into view through the trees, brown, squat, dusted in white, I nearly cried. I broke into a full run. Branches slapped my arms. My breath tore out in harsh bursts. The clearing widened and the cabin door sat straight ahead, half buried in drifted snow. I dug my poles in and sprinted, feeling the presence behind me surge forward effortlessly, almost excitedly. 30 meters. 20. 10. My glove hit the metal door latch. I yanked it open, stumbled inside, and slammed it shut with my full weight. The cabin air was warmer, blessedly, tangibly warmer, but the warmth didn't reach me. My blood felt like ice in my veins. My breath shook. I backed away from the door and waited for something, scratching, a thud, a crawl, anything. But nothing touched the door. The silence outside was absolute. Then, very slowly, I saw something through the tiny window pane. New prints. 1 pair. Pressed into the snow just 3 feet from the cabin door. For a long time, long enough that the warmth of the cabin started to sting my frozen cheeks, I didn't move. I just stared at the window. The lynx prints were crisp and sharp, framed perfectly in that small rectangle of glass. 1 pair. Not a trail now. Not steps marching behind me. Just 1 clean set right outside the door, like the animal had approached, stopped, and waited. I held myself completely still, not out of fear of making noise, but because something inside me felt like any sudden movement would invite a response from outside. I didn't know what that response would be. I didn't want to. Eventually, I forced myself to take a slow breath and ease off my snowshoes. The bindings creaked softly, a painfully loud sound in the tight cabin. I slid the snowshoes aside and lowered my pack to the floor. My hands were trembling violently, and I hated that I could hear the faint clatter of my gear inside the bag. I tried the radio again. Still nothing. Only the soft static of a world completely unreachable. I turned on the interior light. The amber bulb flickered weakly, then steadied. The cabin wasn't large, just one room, a cot, a wood stove, a small table with survey maps pinned under glass. Everything looked unchanged. Normal. Almost disappointingly so. I stood there, surrounded by human objects, and felt a strange disconnect. The cabin felt like a safe space only because it was built to feel that way. Not because anything truly safe existed here. Through the window, the prints remained sharp. I moved closer, slow, careful, until my face was about a foot from the glass. The snow beyond was dim in the afternoon light. The forest loomed beyond that. The prints were perfectly shaped, the broad pad, the splayed toes, the delicate rim of displaced powder. A real lynx. A real track. Nothing unnatural about them. But the spacing was wrong. They were too close to the door. Too deliberate. Wild animals don't approach human structures unless forced, and lynx, least of all, wouldn't come close enough for a human inside to hear them breathe through the wood. I wiped frost from the window with my sleeve and waited. Minutes passed. The prints didn't change. Nothing moved. I checked the clock. I'd made it back earlier than expected, but not by much. Maybe another 90 minutes of daylight remained. I could stay inside, wait it out, let the dark settle, then hope the lynx wandered away on its own. That was the logical thing. The safe thing. But the prints weren't a lynx behaving normally. They were a lynx behaving with intent. I stepped away from the window and forced myself into motion. I placed a kettle on the stove and lit it, watching the flame catch and spread. My hands still shook. I tried rubbing warmth back into my fingers, but the tremors weren't from cold. Outside, a soft sound drifted through the walls. Not footsteps. Not breathing. A faint shift like powder being brushed. I froze. A small patch of snow dust fell past the window's corner, disturbed from above, maybe a branch, maybe. Another sound. A second, softer brush. I moved to the window slowly, each step feeling like it was echoing down my spine. The prints were still there. Still alone. But now, to the right of them, a small indentation had appeared, just a hint of displaced powder, like something lightly touched the snow but didn't commit to a full step. My throat tightened. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. Wind could cause that. Snow from branches could fall in clumps. A squirrel could drop down. But nothing about the day's stillness matched movement like that. I backed away from the window and grabbed my pack again. My emergency flare gun was inside, standard wilderness safety equipment. Short range, one shot, but enough to dissuade a large predator. Enough to buy me time. My locator beacon still blinked its steady red confirmation light, meaning it was functional even if the radio frequencies were dead. If something happened, at least someone would know where to find me. I clutched the beacon in one hand and the flare gun in the other and forced myself to think. If the lynx wanted to attack, it would have done so in the forest when I was slow and exposed. It had followed instead. Mirrored. Observed. Pressed close but never touched. And now it stood outside the cabin in complete silence, leaving prints like punctuation marks. I swallowed hard and approached the door. I didn't open it, just rested my ear against the wood. I heard nothing. No movement. No breathing. No rustling. Just a heavy, encompassing silence. I stepped back and exhaled shakily. The rational decision was to wait until nightfall, then stay put until rescue teams checked in the next morning when I missed my scheduled report. They always did. Survey staff had safety protocols. If I stayed inside, I'd be fine. Probably. But the silence outside was changing. It wasn't empty. It was expectant. I sat on the cot, flare gun in my lap, and watched the window as the light dimmed. The forest deepened into a dark blue, the sky dulling to slate, then finally slipping into night. The prints grew blurrier as shadows stretched over them, the crisp edges fading as the temperature dropped further. When full darkness settled, something shifted outside. A soft, tearful impact. Snow compacting under weight, slowly, deliberately. Then another. Then nothing. I kept my eyes fixed on the door. My heartbeat pounded in my ears so loudly I was afraid something outside could hear it too. A quiet drag across the snow followed. A pause. Then one more step. Not close. Not far. Just moving. I gripped the flare gun tighter. Minutes passed. No more sound. No more movement. No new prints visible from the window. The world outside had turned into an unbroken shadow. Eventually, somehow, I slept. Lightly. Fitfully. Every creak of the cabin pulled me awake. When dawn finally arrived, pale and thin and cold as bone, I rose and approached the door. I opened it slowly, bracing myself. The clearing was empty. Completely empty. The prints from the night before were gone, not buried, not drifted over, not softened. Gone. Not a trace. The powder looked untouched, flawless, like no creature, human or animal, had crossed the clearing in days. Except for one thing. 10 meters out, just at the tree line, a single print waited. Not two. Not a trail. One perfect lynx print. Dead center. Facing the cabin. Like a reminder. Like a promise. My name is Alexis Ford, and at the time of the incident I was serving as a seasonal fire watch assistant for the State Forestry Division. The entry in my shift log that night shows only a few clipped notes: wind direction, humidity, barometric reading, but none of that captures the actual shape of the hours that followed. I had been assigned to Lone Pine Lookout for a simple overnight rotation, a routine fill-in for a ranger who'd called out sick. The fire tower sat nearly 16 miles off the service road, a metal skeleton perched above an endless quilt of spruce and fir. I arrived just before dusk, relieved the day staff, and locked myself in for what I assumed would be an uneventful 12 hours. The tower was one of the older ones, entirely steel and rattling in every gust. The windows didn't seal properly, so the mountain air slipped through the cracks with a thin whistling, like someone drawing breath between their teeth. I had brought an insulated thermos, a radiosonde monitor, and a spare jacket. That was all I expected to need. It hadn't occurred to me to bring anything heavier, because black bears in this region were common but predictable. They foraged, wandered, occasionally knocked over trash bins at trailheads, but they rarely lingered near structures and almost never showed interest in humans. I had read the briefing packet. I knew the rules: maintain distance, don't feed them, avoid surprising them. Straightforward. Sensible. Around 9 that night, the sky dimmed into a molasses-thick darkness. There was no moon. The forest below dissolved into a featureless mass, and the only movement came from the wind pushing the tops of trees like slow breathing. My shift log shows I did another perimeter scan at 10, another at midnight, each one uneventful. I remember feeling a kind of gentle boredom, the kind that makes every sound more vivid. The tower creaked. My boots shifted on the reinforced floorboards. The radio hissed when I adjusted the volume knob. Everything felt normal. I didn't hear the first sign of trouble so much as sense it, the kind of subtle change where the natural background noise loses one of its layers. I had grown used to the rhythmic swaying of the trees, but abruptly the forest seemed to hold still. Even the wind dropped into a taut silence. I leaned toward the western window, brushing aside the fogging that had formed from my breath, and scanned the area again. Nothing moved. No eye shine, no rustle of undergrowth. Still, the tension prickled the back of my neck. Then came the sound, a dull scrape of metal on metal, faint at first, then repeated in evenly spaced beats. It took me a few seconds to realize it was coming from the tower ladder. Something was touching it. Testing it. I stepped back without intending to, my boots nudging against the leg of the small desk behind me. I switched off the interior lantern instinctively, plunging the cabin into near blackness. The only light came from the dim red glow of the radio. The tapping on the ladder grew more deliberate. Each sound had weight behind it, metal struck by something dense, curved, hard. Claws. I crouched near the eastern window, staying low so the silhouette of my head wouldn't show above the glass, and tried to angle my view downward. The ladder ran directly up the side of the tower, so I couldn't see the climber from where I knelt. But I heard the pattern clearly now. Tap, pause, tap. It wasn't climbing quickly. It was matching a slow, steady pace, almost as if conserving energy. There was no reason for a bear to climb a fire tower. They weren't known to do that. There was no food up here, and the rangers always stored supplies in locked metal bins. I reminded myself of that as quietly as I could, trying to keep my breathing steady. The pattern continued. Tap. 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 Each strike vibrated faintly through the steel floor beneath me. When the sound reached the top section of the ladder, the angle shifted. The metal rungs closer to the cabin door clanged with a sharper pitch. Whatever was climbing had reached the final stretch. I pressed both hands against the cool floor to steady myself and moved toward the northern window, keeping below the line of sight. My pulse thudded in my throat. I tried to listen for the huffing or panting that should have accompanied a black bear hauling itself up a vertical structure. But I heard nothing. No breathing at all. Just a gentle rub of claws hooking the edge of each rung. The first hint of shape appeared when the silhouette of a snout crossed the corner of the window frame. I froze. The bear's outline was unmistakable, thick fur, rounded ears, the slow, deliberate lift of its head. It moved with strange control, placing each paw with careful precision as it settled on the small platform outside the window. The metal shuddered softly beneath its weight. I waited for it to sniff the glass. That was what every training booklet said a bear would do: test the scents, determine if anything edible or threatening was nearby. Instead, it pressed its face near the pane, close enough that I could see the faint ripple of fur around its jaw. Then, in a long, steady motion, it exhaled. The breath was warm enough to fog the glass instantly, a hazy bloom spreading across the pane in a shape almost like a handprint. Not a snuffle. Not a huff. A controlled murmur of air, humid and slow, exactly like a person fogging a mirror to draw something on it. I realized then that it wasn't searching for food. It was looking in. Everything inside me tightened. I shifted an inch backward, the smallest movement I could manage, but even that felt like too much. The bear's head tilted slightly, as if tracking the motion. Its claws clicked once against the metal frame, and the night pressed in even quieter than before. The glass between us felt thinner than it had earlier in the night. I watched the fog from its breath spread into wispy streaks, distorting the forest behind it into warped shadows. I kept perfectly still. Every guide, every ranger manual I'd ever read, said motion triggered a bear's curiosity. But the way this one stood there, quiet, poised, focused on a point just inside the cabin, made me question if stillness meant anything at all now. When the fog faded enough for me to see its face again, its eyes had shifted. They weren't searching the floor or scanning for food. They were set higher, level with the place where I crouched. A bear shouldn't have been able to track such tiny movements through dark glass, but it tilted its head the exact moment I pressed a hand against the boards to ease backward. I didn't dare breathe. The cabin was too small for hiding. The bunk was bolted to the wall, the desk stood open on all sides, and the cabinets below the map table wouldn't fit anything larger than a fuel canister. The only interior door led to a broom closet barely wide enough for a human torso. Staying visible felt dangerous, but being trapped in a closet with no exit felt worse. The bear broke the silence with a single sound, a low, chest-deep rumble that vibrated through the window frame. Not aggressive, just deliberate. A test of resonance, almost. Then it raised a paw and tapped the glass once, a light touch but precise, like it wanted to see how the pain would react. The impact made a soft, high ring. Its paw lingered there. Claws curved. Pads dark against the reflection. Then it lowered the paw slowly, almost carefully, and pressed its nose to the glass once more. Another slow exhale, humid enough that droplets formed and trailed down in thin rivulets. It wasn't random. It wasn't frantic. It was controlled. I forced myself backward, inching toward the desk. If I stayed directly in front of the windows, I'd lose my last bit of cover. The radio sat on the far corner, its red LED glow faint but steady. Calling for help crossed my mind, but if I spoke, even a whisper might draw the bear into ramming the pane. Fire tower windows weren't meant for that kind of force. They were sturdy, sure, but not bomb-proof. Another tap. Same claw. Same rhythm it used on the ladder. Tap. Pause. Tap. I slid the radio toward me, dragging it by the cord so I wouldn't have to reach into the bear's line of sight. My fingers shook a little, but I kept the movement controlled. When I finally got it close enough, the plastic brushed my knuckles, and the tiny sound made the bear lift its head slightly. Just a fraction. Enough to show it heard everything. Its ear twitched. I swallowed hard and flicked the switch on the radio to stand by, keeping the volume low enough not to crackle. I didn't speak yet. I needed a plan. Rangers could take up to an hour to reach the tower in daylight. At night, with no moon and no active patrols, I could wait until morning, but waiting meant staying quiet, staying still, staying awake. And the bear wasn't acting like an animal that would lose interest. It stood with the patience of something that knew time was on its side. The floor creaked faintly as I shifted my weight. The bear responded instantly, its head snapping toward the sound, ears forward, eyes locking onto the exact spot where I knelt. No hesitation. No confusion. Just immediate attention. My chest tightened. I didn't move again. The tower swayed gently in the breeze, but even that seemed to bother the bear. It adjusted its stance with a deliberate shift, distributing its weight on the small platform as if determined not to slip. I hadn't realized how unnaturally still it had been until then, holding its balance with a calmness that didn't match any wildlife behavior I'd learned. The wind picked up, brushing against one of the looser steel supports. The metal groaned with a long, rising note. The bear's head turned, just slightly, toward the sound. A normal animal would have flinched or stepped back. This one merely registered it, its ear rotating like a satellite dish, then slowly returned its gaze to the window. Tap. A second claw now, joining the first. Tap, tap. The pattern changed, the rhythm closer together, like it was communicating something. Or counting. I eased a breath out through my nose and lifted the radio mic to my lips. I barely whispered. "Base, this is Lone Pine. I have a bear on the tower platform. Requesting guidance." My voice felt unnaturally loud even though it was barely audible. Static fizzed softly, then cut off. No response. I tried again. "Base, do you copy?" Still nothing. The radio light flickered once, the kind of flicker that meant the signal was too weak this far out, but it didn't go dead. It just hovered in its little half-alive glow, like it wanted to respond but couldn't. The bear's posture shifted again, but not toward the window this time. It leaned slightly to its left, nose lowering, as if inspecting the gap where the metal platform met the cabin wall. Then its paw lifted higher, deliberate, and rested against the window latch. A cold rush went through me. The latch wasn't locked with the deadbolt. It was just hooked. The manual said bears didn't typically manipulate objects with fine precision. But the way the paw settled against the little lever made the hair along my arms stand straight. I mouthed a silent curse. The bear pressed. Not a hard push. Just enough to make the latch jiggle. The glass rattled faintly in its frame. I reached for the deadbolt with the slowest, most careful movement of my life, sliding my hand along the floorboards until my palm found the cold metal plate. My thumb hovered over the lock, but I didn't flip it yet. If the bear sensed movement or sound from the mechanism, it might push harder. The wind gusted again, rattling the tower. The bear took advantage of the noise, pressing the latch once more. Harder this time. The metal scraped softly. I locked the window in that exact moment, the click disguised beneath the groaning of the support beams. The bear froze. Its claws hung against the glass. Its breathing stopped. For an endless second, it lowered its head until its eyes aligned with mine through the thinning fog on the pane. It had known. Somehow it had sensed the lock. And then, so quiet I almost convinced myself I imagined it, it exhaled again, warm breath misting the glass between us as the tower swayed in the dark. The fog on the window thinned again, leaving streaks that distorted the bear's face into wavering shapes. Its eyes didn't move away from mine. They didn't blink. I stayed crouched with one hand still on the deadbolt, afraid even to lift my fingers in case the motion drew another reaction. The tower felt suspended in a vacuum, no wind, no night insects, no ambient crackle from the radio. Just the bear's steady, measured breaths and the faint hum of steel under strain. When the bear finally shifted, it wasn't backward. It leaned closer, angling its head as though it were trying to see past the reflections and directly into the room. Its ear brushed the edge of the window frame, and the coarse fur caught a tiny flake of rust. That single orange speck clung there as the animal dragged its claws lightly along the metal platform. I realized then that the bear wasn't acting confused or startled or even curious. It was behaving with intention. Calculation. I needed to get away from the windows. Moving sideways along the floor, I kept myself low, keeping the desk between my outline and the glass. Even that small shift drew a faint response. The bear's ear twitched, rotating like a pivot. Its muzzle followed a fraction of a second later. I froze mid-slide, body half twisted under the desk. My fingers pressed against the wooden legs so tightly the fingertip seams ached. It waited again 10 seconds, 20, holding that unnatural stillness. Then it drew its claws against the metal frame once more. Not tapping now. Scraping, like it was testing the material. The pitch of the scrape was sharp, high, too close for comfort. That sound jangled something in my mind, pushing me past fear and into focus. The tower had 4 windows but only one entry point, the small door with the deadbolt and the steel bar. The bear couldn't break through the door without a running start, and it didn't have space for that on the narrow platform. If I could keep the windows secured and avoid drawing attention, eventually the animal would lose interest. I had to believe that. I inched backward until I reached the ladder hatch in the middle of the cabin floor. Every tower had one, an old emergency access panel with a metal pull ring. It hadn't been used in years, welded shut underneath to prevent accidents. I pressed a palm against it anyway, grounding myself. Cold metal. Solid. Safe. The radio crackled suddenly. Just a tiny spark of static. The bear reacted instantly. Its head jerked toward the sound so violently that its snout thumped the glass. The window rattled from the impact. I sucked in a quick breath, clamping a hand over the radio speaker to smother the rest of the static. The bear didn't pull away from the glass. It stayed pressed there, breath clouding an uneven oval patch on the pane. Its eyes were too close now. I could see my own faint reflection inside them, warped, ghost pale, crouched in a tower that suddenly felt too small for both of us. The radio crackled again, a softer fizzle this time, like someone tapping the transmitter key on the other end. The bear's claws curled tightly against the window frame. I slid my thumb slowly over the volume dial and turned it down until the red LED dimmed but remained on. The bear's body shifted. Not backward. Down. It moved along the platform with deliberate steps, claws making soft ticks on the metal. Its weight made the tower tremble slightly. I crawled farther from the glass, heart hammering now, because I realized exactly where it was headed. The door. The platform extended just enough for the bear to reach it if it angled its body and pressed its weight in the right place. I heard it reposition, first the scrape of its rear paws turning on the metal, then the hollow thud of its front paws settling directly in front of the door. The steel bars on the inside were strong, but the door itself? Older than the windows. Not fragile, but not invincible either. A heavy exhale drifted through the crack beneath it. Hot, too close. I forced myself to my feet as quietly as possible and moved toward the door, careful not to step on the loose floorboard near the desk. When I reached the frame, I pressed both palms against it, bracing as if that could help. The bear's shadow moved under the gap, huge, fluid, shifting. Then came the sound I dreaded, the soft, subtle rattle of the door handle being nudged. Not clawed. Nudged. Like it was checking for give. I swallowed my breath and leaned more weight into the door. The bear tested again, pushing a little harder this time. The metal strain groaned back at it. The tower swayed. The bear went still. A moment later, something changed in the air, an instinctive pressure, the kind that makes your skin prickle before your ears register anything. A distant sound carried through the forest. Not an owl. Not a scream. A distant crack, maybe a branch breaking far below. A noise so faint I might have imagined it if the bear hadn't reacted instantly. Its head turned. Shoulders tensed. Claws retracted slightly as if preparing to pivot. Whatever that sound was, the bear heard it long before I did. And whatever it recognized in it, unsettled it. The animal stepped back from the door. One step. Then another. I stared at the shadows under the frame as they shifted, shrinking with each backward movement. The bear paused once more in front of the window. Its silhouette rose there, broad, motionless. For a heartbeat, I thought it might come back to the glass. Test it again. Instead, it lowered its head to the platform, sniffed the air once, not toward the cabin but toward the forest, and descended the ladder with the same slow, deliberate taps it had used coming up. Tap. 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 Fading. I didn't move until the last metallic note vanished into the thick dark below. And even then, I stayed still, listening for any sign that it had lingered at the base of the tower. I expected heavy footfalls, brush movement, another rumbling breath. But the forest swallowed everything. The silence returned, but it felt different, emptier, as if something huge had passed through and left the night hollow behind it. I remained awake until dawn, gripping the radio, staring at the door, waiting for the slightest sound to prove I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But the bear never came back. When the first light finally reached the tower, the platform was empty. Only one thing remained, a smear of fogged residue on the window, shaped almost like a human breath would look if pressed close and too slow against the glass. That was the longest night of my life. And it's the reason I've never accepted another fire tower shift since. My name is Owen Rayburn, and for the sake of formality, I should state my background clearly. I am a certified alpine climbing instructor with 12 years of experience, specializing in solo technical routes throughout Western Canada. I understand mountain terrain intimately, its unpredictability, its hazards, its quiet logic. I know the behavior of the wildlife up there as well. Which is why, even now, months later, I cannot explain what happened on Cascade Mountain the day I found myself shadowed along the cliff face by a single mountain goat. I started that ascent just after sunrise, the air still chilled from the night. The forecast had promised a cloudless day, but the kind of cold clarity that tends to make rock brittle. I wasn't planning on pushing the summit, I just wanted to scout a seasonal route that I use for training. I packed light, half rope, cams, knots, a day's worth of layers, and a small flask of water. Nothing unusual. Nothing hinting that this day would turn into a memory I can't shake. The first 1,000 feet were exactly what they should have been, steady, uneventful, the kind of rhythm a climber slips into without thinking. The trees thinned. The air thinned. The sound of the town below became a faint, hard-to-place hum. When I reached the start of the exposed ledges, thin walkable shelves carved uncertainly into limestone, I paused to check the weather again. Clear. Steady. Ideal. And then I saw it. At first the movement registered only as a shape on my periphery, white, shifting, purposeful. I turned my head slowly because sudden movements spook wildlife, especially on exposed routes. The mountain goat stood about 30 feet away on the adjoining ledge. A big billy, thick neck, curved black horns, heavy coat matted from late winter thaw. Normally they keep their distance. They're bold, sure, but not social. They usually avoid climbers because we don't smell like anything they care about. But this one held my gaze as if waiting for something. I exhaled into the cold air, testing the quiet. The goat didn't move. So I looked forward again and began placing my feet along the path ahead of me, one careful step at a time, keeping 3 points of contact at all times. You don't rush these ledges. You don't slide. You don't give the mountain any reason to take you. After maybe 20 feet I paused to check my footing, and that's when I heard it. A single step. Hoof on limestone. Slow. Deliberate. Close. I didn't turn right away. Instead, I looked down at my boots as if pretending I hadn't heard anything. Animals mirror tension, you have to stay calm. When I did eventually glance back, the goat had cut the distance in half. It stood maybe 15 feet away now. Still staring. Still silent. Something about that bothered me more than its proximity. Goats don't stalk people. They don't follow for long periods. And they definitely don't close distance unless cornered. I wasn't blocking its path, the whole mountain was open to it. There was no reason it should be approaching me at all. I shifted my body inward, pressing my shoulder to the rock wall. "Easy," I muttered, not to scare it but to crown myself. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. I moved on. The ledge began narrowing into a type of pinch, a section where the outer edge crumbled away, leaving a tight squeeze against the rock. I'd walked it before. It was never unsafe, just technical. But what made me sweat was the sound behind me, not one step now, but a sequence. Slow, heavy hoofprints closing in as if matching my pace with calculated patience. I stopped again. The goat stopped too. That mirrored timing, I can't explain it. It was subtle, but it was intentional. A pattern too precise to ignore. I pressed myself flatter against the rock so I could pivot my head without destabilizing my footing. The goat stood less than 8 feet away now, close enough that I could see the dark patches on its muzzle. It wasn't panting. It wasn't chewing. It wasn't sniffing the air as goats do. It simply watched me, muscle still, posture upright. I whispered, "You need to back up." It felt stupid to say it out loud, but the silence was worse. It blinked once, slowly. Then it stepped forward. Just one step. But it was enough. My foot shifted closer to the cliff wall, instinctively protecting my balance. The ledge wasn't wide enough for both of us. If it came any closer, I'd be forced inward. And if I pressed inward too far, the rock became unstable. I knew that section. I've tested it before. The limestone near the pinch flakes easily. And the goat seemed to know it too. I resumed moving, breath caught high in my throat. My heart rate climbed harder than my feet. Each shift of my weight sounded amplified, the scrape of a boot sole, the faint roll of gravel, the whisper of cloth against stone. Behind me, the echo of hooves. Slower now, but closer. The narrow passage funneled me toward a slightly wider shelf, one that opened into a small natural alcove. I knew that alcove well. Climbers use it as a rest stop. The rock there is solid, dependable. I aimed for it like a lifeline, focusing on every inch of space in front of me. I made it into the alcove and turned fully, finally allowing myself the space to confront the animal. It stood at the mouth of the pinch, head slightly lowered, not in aggression but in a way that reminded me unsettlingly of a shepherd dog watching livestock. As if evaluating my next move. I held my hands out instinctively, not as a threat, just a boundary. Its response chilled me more than the mountain wind. The goat shifted its weight, testing the edge of the ledge with practiced familiarity. Like it had walked this route countless times. Like it knew exactly how close it could push before forcing me deeper into the alcove. And then I noticed something I should have caught earlier. Small stones, fresh ones, littered the ground near my boots. They weren't there last time I visited. The walls above the alcove had loosened. Enough pressure could trigger a fall of rock. Enough motion from me, or from something driving me backwards. The goat took another step. My heel brushed the back of the alcove. And that's when I realized it wasn't following me. It was positioning me. I didn't move for several seconds. I just stared at the goat, and it stared right back, its eyes reflecting a flat, unblinking brightness that made the whole world feel too narrow. The alcove behind me wasn't dangerous by itself, but any further in and I'd be standing beneath a shelf of unstable limestone, stuff that crumbles like stale bread when touched. I knew it. The goat seemed to know it. The whole ridge felt suddenly aware of me in a way I couldn't name. I took a careful breath and shifted sideways, aiming to ease out of the alcove rather than back into it. The moment my boot touched the edge of the wider shelf, the goat adjusted. One step. Inward. Blocking the exit. Not aggressively, just precisely. as if it knew exactly how to stand in a way that forced me to reconsider every possible direction. Animals don't do that. Not with people. Not with terrain traps. Go on, I murmured, waving my hand gently. Take the ledge. You can pass. The goat didn't pass. Instead, it angled its body, not enough to threaten but enough to cut the available space in half. If I moved left, it would move left. If I shifted right, it would anticipate me before I placed my foot. I tested this theory slowly, inching my weight toward the safer side of the alcove. The goat's muscles tensed, not in fear but in calculation. My throat tightened. There was no way I imagined that. Something in its posture was unmistakably responsive, almost predictive. I held my breath and steadied myself against the wall with one hand. If I could just pivot around the curve of the alcove, I'd reach the next hold. From there, I could bypass the ridge entirely by climbing straight up, steep, exhausting, but safer than playing this silent standoff on a 2-foot ledge. I moved my foot. And the goat moved first. It wasn't a lunge. It wasn't even fast. It was a single, firm step that brought it so close I could smell the musky tang of its coat. And with that step, small fragments of limestone skittered from beneath its hooves, cascading toward the drop. The ledge vibrated beneath me, subtle but unmistakable. I froze instinctively. The goat lifted its head slightly, studying my reaction. Then, very slowly, it began inching forward again, each hoof carefully placed, as if testing the rock before committing its weight. It was hurting me. There was no other word for it. I stepped deeper into the alcove even though everything in me warned not to. Loose rock scraped under my heel. I could feel the hollow pocket behind me, an unstable cavity in the mountain that I cautiously avoided on previous climbs. It wasn't big, but it was structurally weak. If enough weight shifted against it, the whole wall could give. The goat paused again and turned its head, examining the upper ledge as though checking something. That was when it clicked. It wasn't driving me randomly. It was driving me into a spot it knew would fail. The idea was absurd, impossible. But animals don't move like that. They don't use topography as a tool. They don't coordinate their approach with the fragility of rock. My heart hammered at my ribs as I weighed my options. Backwards meant collapse. Sideways meant confrontation. Forward meant squeezing past an animal with horns sharp enough to gut me if it decided I was a threat. My only viable option was up. A vertical scramble with barely any holds, brittle limestone, and a goat effectively at my feet. I glanced up at the wall. The surface was pocked and uneven, but it was climbable with enough focus. If I committed fast, with perfect balance, I could get above the alcove before the goat reacted, before anything reacted. I tightened my grip on the rock. The goat's head snapped up instantly, locking onto the motion. My pulse spiked. It understood what I was about to attempt. This time I didn't hesitate. I threw my weight upward, fingers clawing for the first usable hold, boots scraping against the textured limestone. I hauled myself up 3 feet in one motion, rock dust bursting under my fingertips. The ridge felt steeper than I remembered, a wall of rough, cold stone stretching above me. Below, the goat moved. Not away. Not toward. But directly beneath the spot where I had been seconds before, right under the weakest part of the rock overhang. That wasn't instinct. That wasn't curiosity. That was positioning. The wall under my left hand shifted just slightly, but enough to make my stomach drop. A small crack split along the overhang with a dry, brittle snap. Pebbles skittered down, bouncing off the goat's shoulder. It didn't flinch. It simply waited. I climbed faster, lungs burning, calves screaming. I reached for a higher hold, fingers slipping off dust-coated stone before scrambling back. My boots scrambled for traction across the steep grade. Another crack. Louder this time. I didn't need to look down to know the section I'd been standing under was starting to crumble. I could feel the vibration through the tips of my fingers. Then another sound. Not from the mountain. From the goat. A low, resonant exhale. The kind animals make when steadying themselves before impact. But there was no charge. No movement. Just breath deep, controlled, and deliberate. I hauled myself onto a slightly angled slab, nearly sliding backward before anchoring a cam into a narrow seam with trembling hands. I clipped in and leaned my weight into the harness, sucking in the freezing air. The moment I did, the ledge below me broke. It wasn't a catastrophic collapse, not the kind that brings down half a cliff. It was precise. A portion of limestone the width of a dinner plate sheared off and plummeted toward the valley. If I had stayed in that alcove for even 30 seconds longer, I would have gone with it. I looked down. The goat was still there, standing exactly where the ledge had ruptured, head lifted toward me. No fear. No surprise. No instinctive retreat from falling debris. It had known. It had absolutely known. I unclipped with shaking hands and pressed myself higher up the slope, climbing until the goat shrank into a pale shape far below. But even from that distance, as I stopped to catch my breath, I saw something that made cold sink all the way into my spine. It wasn't leaving. It was following the base of the cliff, tracking my ascent not directly below me, but along a parallel route it seemed to know by heart. Like it wasn't done guiding me, or cornering me, or driving me somewhere I couldn't see yet. I forced myself upward for another 50 feet, each movement tight and precise, the cold rock scratching lines into my palms. The goat's presence below me shouldn't have mattered anymore. I had gained height, found slightly better terrain, and put real distance between us. But distance didn't help. Every few seconds, when I risked a glance down, I saw it pacing along that lower ledge, always keeping a deliberate angle beneath my route. Not straight up, not following blindly, it was shadowing my path with disturbing accuracy. I had never seen a mountain goat track a climber like that. It wasn't just persistence. It was strategy. The ridge narrowed again above me, funneling into a tilted slab that led toward a saddle. From the saddle, I knew the terrain eased into a more manageable scramble. If I could reach that, I'd be safe. Exhausted, shaken, confused beyond explanation, but safe. Halfway up the slab, I realized safety wasn't coming that easily. The limestone here was sun-bleached and riddled with fractures, the kind that form in freeze-thaw cycles through early spring. My boots slid unpredictably, and my fingers barely found anything deeper than shallow grooves. I pressed my body forward, weight distributed, concentrating on maintaining 3 points of contact. Below, a dull thud echoed up the stone. Then another. The goat had started climbing too. Not straight up the way a human would climb, but diagonally, gaining altitude on a slope I hadn't even considered accessible. Its movements were methodical, almost practiced. It wasn't rushing. It wasn't straining. It was closing in with patience. I pushed harder, adrenaline scorching through me. My foot found a decent foothold and I pushed upward, gripping a jutting outcrop with both hands. The wind cut across the ridge, cold and thin, making my breath hitch. The saddle was maybe 70 feet above, a real chance now, a way out. Another crack ran through the rock. Not from my hands. Not from my feet. From below. I didn't have to look to know what that meant. It had found another weak spot. The goat wasn't just following terrain. It was testing terrain, learning which sections responded, which ones shifted, which ones vibrated under pressure. It was moving through the mountain like it understood every unstable seam. And it was pushing upward faster now. I climbed until my hands shook violently with exertion. The ridge pitched steeper, forcing me to switch to a half-crawl, nails scraping stone, boots slipping again and again. A thin layer of gravel rolled under me and cascaded off the edge with a chilling hiss. I pressed my chest against the slope and steadied my breathing. Then something, some instinct older than thought, made me turn my head. The goat was on the slab now. 30 feet below. Then 20. It climbed with ease, hoofs gripping the tiniest imperfections, its heavy body balanced in ways no human could mimic. It wasn't panting. It wasn't hesitating. It was simply ascending, silent and sure, its white coat glowing almost eerily in the late afternoon light. My throat locked tight. If it reached me on this slab, I have nowhere to pivot. No place to dodge. The slope was too steep, too open. One nudge, one misplaced step, not even a violent one, and I'd slide down 100 feet of rock, bounce into the air, and fall the rest of the way. I looked up at the saddle. Maybe 40 feet now. Reachable. If I didn't slip. If I didn't burn out. If that thing didn't catch up. I forced my arms to move again. The rock tore at my fingertips as I clawed upward, each inch earned with trembling muscles. My boot slid once, just enough to smear my heart across the inside of my chest, but I caught myself, forehead pressed hard to the cold stone. Behind me, the goat paused. Not because it was tired. Its posture was relaxed, balanced, effortless. It paused because I paused. My breath shuddered out of me. This wasn't following. This wasn't pursuit. This was orchestration. It was adjusting its timing to mine. The idea made my stomach roll, but fear can also push you. I dragged myself upward, panting now, ignoring the way my fingers stung. The ridge opened slightly just above, narrow but stable. The saddle beyond that. Just a little more. Come on, I whispered to myself. Just a little more. When I hauled my body over the final lip and onto the narrow pre-settled platform, I nearly sobbed from relief. The rock here was solid. Reliable. The first truly dependable surface I'd touched in the last hour. I pulled myself to my knees and looked back. The goat stood at the edge of the slab, only a few feet below, framed by the open sky. It didn't advance. It didn't retreat. It just looked at me with those dark, depthless eyes. And for the first time since the whole ordeal began, I realized something. It wasn't trying to kill me. Not directly. It was moving me. Changing my route. Steering me. Hurting me away from where I had planned to go and towards something else. I turned around slowly, facing the saddle. Beyond it stretched the upper ridge, a sweeping curve of stone that led not only to the summit but to a notorious overhang known as Windfall Shelf. An exposed balcony of rock that had claimed multiple climbers over the years. A place where the mountain regularly shed massive chunks of limestone without warning. Before today, I had intended to cross it. The goat had stopped me. I stood on shaky legs. My mind felt like static, overloaded by exhaustion, adrenaline, and the impossible logic of what had happened. I turned back toward the goat. It was gone. Completely. No hoofbeats retreating. No silhouette against the slope. Just empty stone and open air. I scanned the mountain frantically, but it had vanished as if it had never been there at all. I didn't wait to understand. I descended the safer northern chute, using far more caution than usual. Every sound made me jump. Every shifting pebble felt like a warning. By the time I reached the tree line, my legs were numb, my hands raw, my throat dry. When I finally checked the avalanche control reports posted at the trailhead bulletin, I went still. A massive slab collapse had occurred on Windfall Shelf, timed at approximately 3:40 p.m. The same minute I had reached the saddle. The same minute the goat had disappeared. The same minute I would have been on that shelf if it hadn't driven me off that route. I still climb. It's who I am. But I don't dismiss instincts anymore. And I don't ignore animals acting strangely. I know what people will say. It was coincidence. A freak encounter. A misinterpretation of animal behavior. You can think that if it helps you sleep. But I remember the way that goat moved. With intention. With awareness. With awareness. With an understanding of the mountain deeper than mine. And I will never forget the feeling that still hits me sometimes when I close my eyes. I wasn't being hunted. I was being saved. By something that shouldn't have cared whether I lived or died. By something that knew the mountain better than I ever could. By the goat that followed me along the cliff edge. And knew exactly where the earth would give way. My name is Dr. Lila Safori, and I am a field biologist specializing in carnivore behavior across arid ecosystems. My work often places me in remote environments for extended periods, documenting movement patterns, scavenging cycles, and the shifting dynamics between predators and dwindling prey populations. I have spent nights alone in scrublands, in dry riverbeds, and along the borders of protected reserves where human presence thins into a suggestion. I am accustomed to solitude and to the ordinary dangers it brings. But the incident I am about to recount occurred during a single field day in northern Namibia, and in the 12 years since, I have not found a scientific explanation that fully accounts for it. The words I am putting down are approximately 900 in total, though the memory fills much more space inside me. The morning began uneventfully. I checked the batteries of my tracking receiver, inventoried my sample vials, packed water, and set off from the provisional camp a little after sunrise. The heat had not yet begun to climb, and I moved through the Mopane woodland with the steady pace of someone who has repeated the routine 100 times. My objective was to inspect 3 camera traps set along a dry drainage line about 5 kilometers northeast of camp. The ground was powdery from weeks without rain, patterned with the faint hoof prints of kudu and the sharper, more deliberate impressions of jackals. It was not until the second camera that I noticed something strange. The ground around the trap was disturbed, not in the chaotic way that elephants sometimes disrupt equipment, but in a pattern that appeared almost deliberate. A circle of compacted earth, as though something had paced around the tree multiple times. Hyena tracks overlapped the marks, fresh ones, crisp on the edges. That alone didn't unsettle me. Hyenas are curious, persistent, and often destructive. What bothered me was their stillness in the photographs. The hyena in the images stood facing the lens, perfectly centered, perfectly still, in 4 consecutive shots taken minutes apart. No approach. No departure. Just its presence, unblinking, the same posture, as though the animal had not breathed or shifted at all during those minutes. I reminded myself not to draw conclusions. Camera shutters sometimes misfire. Animals occasionally stand motionless when alerted by unfamiliar objects. I reset the trap, jotted a few notes, and walked toward the 3rd station. By then, the heat had grown heavy on my shoulders, dragging at my movements. I rationed my water in small sips. Vultures drifted lazy circles above the open plains, their silhouettes sliding across the sand. The air held the faint odor of decaying vegetation, an uncommon smell this far from water. I kept going, motivated by the thought of returning before dusk. I reached the 3rd camera trap mid-afternoon. It was tilted slightly off its alignment, as if nudged or bumped. Fresh tracks surrounded the base. Again, hyena. Perhaps the same individual. The hind prints were a touch deeper, suggesting it had sat or crouched before standing again. I knelt to adjust the lens angle, and that was when I heard it, a low, steady breath from somewhere behind the nearest cluster of thorn bushes. It sounded coarse, like air being drawn through dry reeds. I assumed it belonged to a hartebeest or a grazing oryx, but when I stood and scanned the brush, I saw the faint curve of a mottled shape shifting back from the light. A spotted hyena. Large. Unusually so. It did not bolt. It simply retreated into the shade, leaving only the whisper of its movement. I felt a sharp tug of unease then, nothing dramatic, just the recognition that the animal had been closer than comfortable. I tapped my radio to confirm signal strength, noted the time, finished aligning the trap, and began my return to camp. Long shadows were already forming. The air no longer smelled of vegetation but of dust, warmed and lifted by the dying heat. I walked steadily for the first kilometer, but halfway across a stretch of open sand, I caught movement at the edge of my peripheral vision. When I turned, there was nothing. I kept going. Moments later, I heard the soft, rhythmic padding of something pacing parallel to me through the brush. Hyenas often shadow researchers out of curiosity. I reminded myself of that. I told myself to focus forward, conserve energy, and avoid provoking it with reactive behavior. But the sound followed. When I stopped, it stopped. When I resumed walking, it matched me. The radio hissed faint interference, not enough to lose contact but enough to remind me that I was several kilometers away from assistance. I tightened my grip on the flashlight strapped to my pack, though daylight still held. My mouth had gone dry. The temperature dipped slightly as the sun leaned toward the horizon. By the time the camp tents should have been visible in the distance, the landscape had grown strangely unfamiliar. I must have drifted 10 or 20 degrees off my intended return line, easy to do in open terrain without fixed markers. I corrected my route using the GPS clipped to my pocket. Its signal flickered once, then stabilized. At around sunset, the padding behind me grew more distinct. I turned on my flashlight despite the remaining light. Its beam stretched across the sand, illuminating scattered shrubs and low grass. Just outside the edge of that light, something shifted. A shape. Hunched. Broad shoulders. The model pattern unmistakable even in partial shadow. The hyena stood perfectly still, watching me. I raised the beam a fraction higher, but it stepped back, keeping itself tucked just beyond the boundary of illumination. No laughter. No whoops. No chuffing sounds. Only that rasping breath again, dragging slowly in and out. I tried to shout at it, a sharp noise to break the tension, but the sound that left my throat felt weak, swallowed by the rising wind. The animal didn't move. When the light dipped accidentally toward the ground, I heard it take a step closer. Slow. Intentional. I lifted the beam again. It froze. And that was the moment I understood that I would not be walking casually back to camp. That whatever this animal wanted, it was no longer curiosity. It was commitment. The moment the hyena froze under my flashlight beam, the air seemed to tighten between us. I could feel the tension like an invisible wire stretching from its still shape to the center of my chest. The sun had dropped fully by then, and twilight dimmed the landscape into broad strokes of gray and burnt orange. I knew I had maybe half an hour until full dark. That fact pressed down on me hard. Hyenas are primarily nocturnal, far more confident and assertive when night settles. I could not afford to still be out here when shadows swallowed the last scraps of color from the sand. I forced myself to keep walking, slow and steady. The beam remained fixed forward, but I flicked glances out of the corner of my eye whenever I dared. The hyena shadowed me at an oblique angle, neither advancing nor falling behind, maintaining a distance of perhaps 20 meters. That kind of steady pursuit is not typical behavior. Scavengers trail predators. They stalk injured animals. They investigate camp refuse. But they do not escort humans like a silent companion, especially not for this long. I tried the radio again. A hiss. A crackle. A clipped version of my own voice echoed back as if the signal were bouncing off some far structure buried beneath static. I repeated my name, my coordinates, and the fact that I was being shadowed by a solitary hyena showing abnormal persistence. The response was muddled, unintelligible. I couldn't tell whether the message was getting through. The horizon offered nothing familiar, no tents, no vehicles, no silhouettes of camp markers. I walked faster. The padding behind me grew faster too, matching my pace. When the brush thinned, I risked a brief flash of the beam toward my pursuer. The hyena halted instantly, muscles locked. Its head hung lower than expected, angled almost parallel to the ground. Its ears were not perked forward but flat against its skull, as if bracing against some internal tension. Its belly seemed sunken, ribs slightly visible beneath mottled fur, but something in the way it stood suggested strength rather than weakness, like the hunger had sharpened it rather than drained it. I resumed moving, keeping the flashlight on at all times. I could hear my pulse in my ears, loud and insistent. My breathing had grown shallow. Every few minutes, the animal drifted behind a cluster of thorn bushes or a low rise of sand, using the terrain to conceal its movements while keeping exact pace with me. It was studying me, testing my consistency. I had seen that kind of patience only in apex predators tracking prey far larger than themselves. The sky shifted from twilight to full night with startling speed. Stars pricked through the fading blue. My flashlight beam carved a narrow tunnel through the dark. Outside that tunnel, every sound amplified: the distant scrape of wind against thorns, the soft hiss of sand shifting under paws, the occasional metallic clink of my water bottle brushing my hip. I began to think not about reaching camp but about surviving the next hour. At one point, I misstepped into a shallow depression, stumbling forward. The flashlight beam jerked downward, and I heard an immediate step from behind, as though the hyena had taken advantage of my lowered guard, only to freeze again the moment I recovered. This pattern repeated 3 times. Each time my beam faltered, the animal advanced. Each time the light returned, it halted. That was when I understood the essential rule: as long as it stayed outside the light, it felt dominant. The beam was the only thing keeping it from closing the distance. My hand began to cramp from holding the flashlight upright for so long. I shifted the grip subtly, trying not to tremble. The knowledge that the creature responded so precisely to the presence or absence of light made the physical strain more alarming. The battery indicator on my device glowed a steady green, but I did not trust it. Electronics can mislead. A sudden failure would mean vulnerability in an instant. I had walked for nearly an hour after sunset when the landscape finally offered something useful: a shallow rise of rock jutting slightly above the surrounding sand. A modest elevation, barely shoulder height, but its surface was smooth and mostly unbroken by vegetation. From there, I could at least see further and buy myself a small margin of safety by limiting the hyena's approach angles. I climbed it carefully, keeping the beam fixed downward toward the ground behind me. The effort cost precious energy. My thighs burned. My breathing caught briefly in my throat. But I made it to the top and turned slowly in a full circle, scanning the perimeter. The hyena stood at the base of the rise, just outside the beam again. It had followed me without hesitation. Its posture was unchanged, head low, ears back, muscles taut beneath its hide. I realized the animal had not vocalized a single time all evening. Not one whoop. Not one grunt. Not even the airy, uncertain laughter that hyenas produce when unsettled. Silence from a species known for its sound was deeply, profoundly wrong. I kept the beam trained on it as I caught my breath. My legs trembled, not from exertion but from the growing awareness that this interaction was escalating. Predators do not engage in mindless intimidation. They conserve energy. They evaluate outcomes. That meant this one saw potential in me. Something worth the investment. I radioed again. No reply. Only the soft crackle of atmospheric interference. I cursed under my breath, the sound pitiful in the open space. The hyena stepped to the left, testing a new angle. I shifted the beam to intercept. It paused, then shifted right. I followed with the light again. It repeated this test twice before settling into stillness, as if calculating something beyond my understanding. And then it did something that chilled me far more than its stalking. It raised its head slightly, not fully, just enough to catch the edge of the light and drew a long, deliberate breath through its teeth. The sound resembled sand dragged across stone. A dry, rasping inhale, as though the creature were tasting the air between us, confirming something. My scent. My fatigue. My fear. Whatever it determined only reinforced its resolve. I stood on the rock, breathing hard, flashlight fixed, and realized that my safety depended on a device that could fail at any moment. And the nearest shelter was still kilometers away. The night around me widened, dark and indifferent. The hyena took a single step forward. I tightened my grip. And I prayed the battery would last long enough for me to see another dawn. I kept the beam fixed on the hyena as it took that step forward, the sand shifting beneath its paws with a softness that felt unnervingly deliberate. It didn't flinch at the direct light. It simply stopped advancing, holding its head just low enough to stay at the edge of visibility. My arm had begun to throb from tension, but dropping the beam even an inch felt like an invitation the animal had been waiting for. The night deepened around us, expanding into a bowl of dry air that carried every sound. My own breathing felt too loud. The distant cry of an oryx calf drifted across the plain and disappeared. Somewhere behind me, a gust of warm wind rattled against thorn branches, but the hyena didn't react. Its focus remained locked on me with disquieting precision, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist for it. The rock beneath my boots offered only psychological safety. A hyena can scale far more complicated obstacles. Height advantage meant nothing against an animal built from resilience and bone-crushing force. But being slightly elevated bought me time to think, to calculate, to wait for something to change. I couldn't stand there until dawn. Batteries fail. Muscles shake. Light falters. The animal only needed one lapse. When it took a second step, I felt the bottom of my stomach go cold. The beam remained steady, but my fingers twitched from fatigue. I forced my breathing under control, inhaling through my nose, exhaling slowly. My mind drifted through every field manual, every predator behavior study I had ever read, searching for a precedent. None matched. Hyenas approach boldly. They circle in groups. They test boundaries with sound and movement. A silent, solitary, hour-long shadowing followed by this locked, intense, methodical advance, nothing about it aligned with any documented pattern. The animal shifted its weight backward briefly, then forward again, as if gauging my reaction. A slow, rattling breath escaped it, louder this time, drifting upward in a dry ribbon of sound. I made a decision then. Staying on the rock would not save me. It would only prolong the moment until my arm failed. I needed to move, but movement without a plan would trigger the animal's chase instinct. I scanned the darkness behind it, searching for terrain, anything I could use, anything that broke the monotony of open sand. A faint line of dark shapes sat on the horizon, scattered unevenly. Trees. Mopane woodland. If I could reach that patch, I might use the trunks to limit its approach angles and hold it off long enough to regain signal. The trees were at least a kilometer away, but standing idle was not an option. I shifted my flashlight into my left hand to flex my right fingers. Even that tiny motion caused the hyena's head to lift a fraction. I froze. The animal froze. I let the moment stretch until it released its breath in another rasping exhale. Then I began to descend the rock. One careful step, then another, never letting the beam waver. The hyena lowered its body slightly, shoulders tensing, but it didn't lunge. It waited until my boots touched the sand again. Then it paced sideways, keeping the same 20-meter gap but adjusting its angle as though herding me toward the trees. I didn't like the implication, but I had no other direction to go. I began walking. The first few minutes were agonizingly slow. The sand pulled at my boots. The air felt thick, drying the inside of my mouth. The hyena followed, not trailing directly behind me but moving on a diagonal path, cutting shallow arcs through the brush, gauging me the way a border collie gauges a sheep. Every time my flashlight beam dipped, even slightly, the animal drifted closer. I talked aloud, not to it, but to myself in a steady, controlled voice, narrating my steps, confirming my direction, reassuring the part of my brain that wanted to fracture under the pressure. The hyena did not react to my voice at all. It only reacted to the light. We reached the first line of mopane trees around midnight. Their silhouettes rose like warped pillars, branches twisting in unpredictable angles. I kept my flashlight sweeping the perimeter, but the vegetation made visibility worse. Shadows multiplied. Each trunk split the beam. Gaps opened behind me, beside me, and between the trees. Predators love cover. I had just given it more options. Still, the trees offered something I needed, a place to climb. I scanned for a low branch thick enough to bear my weight. Most mopane branches start higher than a human can reach, but a fallen tree leaned against one of the trunks, forming a natural ramp. The hyena advanced another step, closing the distance to fewer than 10 meters. I didn't think. Instinct overrode calculation. I bolted for the ramp, keeping the beam angled behind me. It wobbled chaotically across the ground as I ran, illuminating bits of sand and glimpses of the animal's flank. I heard it accelerate, its paws digging into the dirt with a force that sent pebbles scattering. I threw myself onto the leaning trunk, scrambling upward. Bark splintered under my palms. My boots slid once, nearly sending me back down. But adrenaline shoved me higher, up to a branch thick as my thigh. I swung one leg over just as the hyena reached the base of the tree. It slammed its weight into the trunk. The impact jolted the branch so hard I nearly dropped the flashlight. I clamped it between my teeth. The hyena's teeth snapped at the air, jaws clacking with sickening strength. It circled the base, pacing, then shoved its shoulder into the trunk again, trying to breach the angle of the fallen tree. I pulled myself higher, clinging to the warped branches until I found one that bifurcated and offered a stable seat. My chest heaved. My pulse hammered. I aimed the light downward, tracing the hyena's circling pattern. It stopped directly beneath me, lifted its head, and stared. Not moving. Not panting. Not shifting its weight. Just staring, as though patient beyond any natural limit. I kept the beam on it until my arm burned with exhaustion. Minutes dragged into an hour. Then 2. The night stretched on, enormous and silent except for the occasional rustle of wind. When dawn finally broke a gray, pale wash across the sky, the hyena took one slow step backward. Then another. And another. Without so much as a final sound, it turned and walked into the brush, disappearing between the trees. I remained on the branch long after it left, too shaken to trust what I had seen. When I eventually climbed down, my legs trembled like I had run for miles. The walk back to camp was long, sun-bleached, and haunted by the memory of that silent pursuit. I never saw the hyena again. But every time I switch on a flashlight now, I half expect to hear the dry, sandpaper breath just outside the edge of the beam.